There are good TV shows. And then there is Gravity Falls, a series that in just 2 seasons and 40 episodes managed to create one of the densest, most carefully constructed, and most emotionally devastating mythologies in the history of animation. A show that began as a summer comedy about 2 twins in a weird small town and ended as an epic story about what it means to grow up, about the cost of obsession, about family, about the fear of the future, and about the fact that the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones living in the forest, they're the ones living inside us. Today we're doing exactly what the title says. 4 hours of Gravity Falls lore. Every episode, every character, every theory, every hidden detail, every cipher, every connection that Alex Hirsch meticulously planted across both seasons. We're going from the creation of the show, through the history of Gravity Falls long before Dipper and Mabel ever arrived, all the way to the final confrontation with Bill Cipher and everything that falls between those 2 points. If you're new to Gravity Falls, welcome. You're about to fall in love. If you've already seen the whole show, welcome back. Because I promise you, no matter how many times you've watched it, there are still things in here that are going to hit differently when you see them laid out in full. Now, before we dive in, let me be clear about what this video is. This isn't just a recap. It's not just a summary of what happens in each episode. This is a full breakdown of the lore, the deep mythology, the hidden meanings, the character arcs, the foreshadowing that starts in episode 1 and pays off in the finale, the mysteries that were never officially resolved, and the theories that the fandom has spent years building. This is everything. So get comfortable, get your snacks, maybe grab a journal, preferably one with a 6-fingered hand on the cover. And let's start at the very beginning. Before we talk about Gravity Falls, the town, we need to talk about Gravity Falls, the show. Because understanding how and why Alex Hirsch created it is actually essential to understanding what the show is really about at its core. Alex Hirsch grew up in California with his twin sister Ariel, and this is the first thing you need to know. Gravity Falls is autobiographical. Not literally, of course. Alex Hirsch was not actually fighting dream demons and decoding ancient ciphers. But the emotional core of the show, the relationship between Dipper and Mabel, is drawn directly from his real relationship with his real twin sister. The dynamic you see on screen, the slightly anxious, overly analytical brother and the free-spirited, emotionally open sister, is based on their actual dynamic growing up. And the setting, also real. Hirsch used to spend summers with his grandmother in the small town of Piedmont, California. That experience of being a kid in a strange, unfamiliar small town, surrounded by eccentric characters, with the endless summer days stretching out in front of you that became the foundation of Gravity Falls. But here's where it gets really interesting. Hirsch has talked extensively about the fact that Gravity Falls is, at its heart, a story about the end of childhood. The entire show takes place over one summer. And it ends. That was always the plan. Hirsch made the deliberate choice to give the show a definitive ending, to not let it run until the quality declined, to let it end while it still meant something. The summer ends, the twins go home, and childhood is a little bit more over than it was when they arrived. That decision to make a finite story about the finite nature of childhood shapes everything about the show. It's why every episode matters. It's why the stakes feel real. It's why the finale hits the way it does, because from the very first episode, the clock is ticking. Summer is always ending. Hirsch pitched the show to Disney Channel and Cartoon Network. Disney picked it up. The show premiered on the 15th of June 2012, and from its very first episode, it was doing something different. Most kids' animated shows have no continuity. Each episode resets to 0. Nothing that happens in one episode affects the next. Gravity Falls was different from the start. Every episode added something to the mythology. Every episode contained hidden details that would pay off episodes or even seasons later. The show was playing a long game from day one, and the audience noticed. Gravity Falls developed a fandom that was unlike anything Disney had seen for a cartoon in years. A fandom that decoded ciphers, developed elaborate theories, dissected every frame for hidden details, and became genuinely, deeply emotionally invested in these characters and this world. Now, let's talk about what that world actually is. Gravity Falls, Oregon, population 1,000, surrounded by dense Pacific Northwest forest. Located somewhere that doesn't appear on most maps, home to strange phenomena that have been documented since long before the Pines twins ever arrived. And when we say long before, we mean long before. The history of Gravity Falls as a location of supernatural significance stretches back centuries, possibly longer. To understand why this particular small town in Oregon became the epicenter of paranormal activity in the entire continental United States, we have to go back to the very beginning, and the beginning in Gravity Falls means Bill Cipher. But we're not ready to talk about Bill Cipher yet. We need to build to that, because Bill Cipher's connection to Gravity Falls didn't start when Stanford Pines first made contact with him. It started much, much earlier. And to understand the full scope of what happened in this town, we need to look at the layers of history that built up over centuries. The earliest documented inhabitants of the Gravity Falls area are the Aztec peoples, a fictional indigenous group in the show who are briefly referenced in the context of the town's history. We know from context clues throughout the series that the supernatural properties of the area were known and documented by the area's earliest inhabitants. The Mystery Shack itself, as we'll discuss in depth later, sits on land that has been considered spiritually significant for generations before Stanford Pines ever built anything on it. What makes Gravity Falls special as a location? The show gives us several clues across both seasons. There are anomalous electromagnetic readings in the area. There is an unusually high concentration of supernatural creatures and phenomena in the surrounding forest. There are locations throughout the town that serve as focal points for paranormal energy: the Mystery Shack, the town square, the forest near the waterfall, and beneath it all, there is the portal, the device that Stanford Pines built in the basement of the Mystery Shack, which we'll spend a lot of time discussing. But the town itself has a history that predates Stanford Pines by generations. Let's talk about that history. The founding of Gravity Falls. The town of Gravity Falls was founded by Quentin Tremblay III, Esquire, who was revealed in the episode Irrational Treasure to be the 8th-and-a-half president of the United States. This is one of the show's great comedic deep dives, but it contains genuine lore significance. Tremblay was a deeply eccentric man whose administration was so bizarre and chaotic that the United States government literally tried to erase him from history. His existence was classified. His presidency was covered up. But before all of that, Tremblay founded Gravity Falls, and the way he founded it tells you everything about the kind of place it is. He chose the location because he fell out of a hot air balloon and liked how it looked. He named it Gravity Falls because of that fall. He established himself as the town's leader through a series of decisions so absurd they defy summary. What matters about Tremblay's founding of Gravity Falls is what it established culturally. From its very beginning, Gravity Falls was a town that attracted eccentrics, outsiders, people who didn't fit anywhere else. The town's founding DNA is one of weirdness, of not quite fitting into the normal world, of existing slightly outside the mainstream of American life. This is not a coincidence. Alex Hirsch is making a deliberate choice here. The town's history mirrors the experience of the characters who are drawn to it. Dipper doesn't fit in at home. Ford didn't fit in anywhere. Stan built a life around being an outsider. The Mystery Shack itself is a monument to the celebration of things that don't belong, a tourist attraction built around the weird, the strange, the impossible. Gravity Falls is a town that was built for misfits, and the supernatural elements that have accumulated there over the centuries are, in a sense, the physical manifestation of that energy. The town before the show. By the time our story begins, Gravity Falls has been a small, somewhat sleepy Oregon town for generations. Most of its residents are aware that strange things happen here, but they've developed a cultural defense mechanism of denial and willful ignorance. They don't talk about the weird stuff. They don't acknowledge it. They go about their lives and pretend that the gnomes in the forest are just garden decorations and the lake monster is a tourist legend. This collective denial is actually one of the show's most interesting social observations. Gravity Falls is a town full of people who have decided, consciously or unconsciously, that it's easier to not know. That the comfort of normalcy is worth more than the truth. It's a theme that runs through the entire series, the tension between the desire to know and the comfort of not knowing. The one person in town who did not participate in this denial, the one person who dedicated his life to documenting and understanding the supernatural phenomena of Gravity Falls, was Stanford Pines. And that dedication cost him everything. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Before we talk about Ford, we need to talk about the journals, because the journals are the foundation of the entire show's mythology. If Gravity Falls has a central artifact, a single object around which the entire mythology revolves, it is the journals. Specifically, the 3 journals of Stanford Pines numbered 1 through 3, each containing his research and documentation of the supernatural phenomena of Gravity Falls. In the very first episode, Tourist Trapped, Dipper discovers Journal 3 hidden behind a loose board in the attic of the Mystery Shack. This discovery is the inciting incident of the entire series. Everything that follows, every mystery solved, every threat confronted, every revelation uncovered, flows from Dipper finding that book. But to understand what the journals really are, we need to understand why they were written. And to understand that, we need to start talking about Stanford Pines. Stanford Pines, a character study. Stanford Pines is arguably the most complex character in Gravity Falls. More complex than Dipper, more complex than Stan, even more complex than Bill Cipher, who we understand completely even as he terrifies us. Ford is complex because he is both the show's greatest hero and one of its most significant cautionary tales. Ford was born with 6 fingers on each hand. This made him an immediate outsider, visually distinctive, different, marked from birth as someone who didn't fit the normal pattern. But Ford turned that difference into fuel. His 6 fingers were a sign of his extraordinary intellect, his deviation from the norm. He leaned into being different. He pursued knowledge with an obsessive, consuming passion that would define his entire life and almost destroy it. As a young man, Ford Pines was a genius. We see in the episode A Tale of Two Stans, the single most important lore episode in the entire series, and one we will spend a great deal of time on that. Ford's intelligence was extraordinary even by the standards of the most elite academic environments. He won a prestigious science fair multiple times. He was recruited to a top university. He published groundbreaking theoretical work that attracted attention from the highest levels of the scientific and government establishments. But Ford also had a blind spot, a profound, dangerous blind spot that would shape everything that followed. Ford trusted too much in his own intellect. He believed, deeply and genuinely, that his intelligence made him immune to manipulation. That if he was smart enough, careful enough, rigorous enough, he could not be deceived. This belief, this intellectual hubris, was the crack in his armor that Bill Cipher would eventually find and exploit. Before all of that though, Ford came to Gravity Falls. How Ford came to Gravity Falls. Ford first came to Gravity Falls as part of his academic research. He had become fascinated by what he called anomalous phenomena, events and creatures and circumstances that defied conventional scientific explanation. His academic work had touched on theoretical physics, dimensional geometry, and paranormal phenomena, and his research kept pointing toward Gravity Falls, Oregon as a location with an unusually high concentration of anomalous activity. He came to investigate. He came with a scientist mindset, empirical, skeptical, rigorous. He was going to document what was really happening here and find a rational explanation for it. What he found was that the rational explanation was more terrifying than any supernatural one. Ford spent years in Gravity Falls. He built the Mystery Shack as a base of operations, what was then just a simple house in the woods. He explored the forest, cataloged the creatures, documented the phenomena, and filled the first journal with his findings. Then the second. He was working on the third when something changed. Something found him first. The first contact with Bill Cipher. This is one of the most chilling moments in the entire show's mythology, not because of what happens, but because of how it happens. Ford first encountered Bill Cipher during a period of intense research frustration. He had been working on developing a machine, we'll get to what that machine was shortly, and he had hit a wall. The theoretical problems were beyond his ability to solve alone. He was stuck. And that's when Bill Cipher appeared in his dreams. Bill presented himself as a muse, a helper, a source of inspiration and insight. He offered Ford the solutions he needed, the equations he was missing, the theoretical framework that would allow him to complete his work. And Ford, brilliant, arrogant, certain of his own ability to see through any deception, accepted Bill's help. This is the central tragedy of Stanford Pines. Not that he was fooled by an obviously evil entity. Bill was subtle. Bill was charming. Bill was exactly what Ford needed him to be. Ford didn't realize he was making a deal with a demon because Bill never presented himself as a demon. He presented himself as a colleague, an intellectual peer, the one entity in existence who was actually on Ford's level. Ford was lonely, profoundly, achingly lonely in the way that extremely intelligent people often are surrounded by people but understood by none of them. And here was this being who seemed to understand him completely, who engaged with his ideas as equals, who made him feel, for the first time, like he had found his intellectual match. The manipulation was perfect, and it worked. Let's take a closer look at what's actually in the 3 journals, because the journals are not just plot devices, they're character documents. They're a record of Ford's intellectual journey, his growing fear, and ultimately his warning to whoever found them. Journal 1. Journal 1 is the earliest of the 3 and represents Ford's initial, optimistic period of research. The entries in Journal 1 are relatively matter-of-fact, Ford documenting strange creatures with the enthusiasm of a naturalist discovering new species. There's genuine excitement in these early entries. Ford is in his element. He's making discoveries that will change the world's understanding of what's possible. Journal 1 contains documentation of some of Gravity Falls' most fundamental creatures, gnomes, minotaurs, and several other beings that will appear throughout the series. It also contains early theoretical work on the dimensional properties of the area, Ford's first inklings that Gravity Falls is not just a location where strange things happen, but a location where the boundary between dimensions is unusually thin. Journal 2. Journal 2 represents the middle period when Ford's research had deepened, and his understanding of Gravity Falls had become more sophisticated, but also more troubling. The tone in Journal 2 entries is noticeably more cautious than in Journal 1. Ford is still excited, but he's also starting to sense that something about this place is wrong in a way that goes beyond the merely strange. Journal 2 contains some of Ford's most important theoretical work, including his early notes on what he called the anomalous entity that would later be identified as Bill's Cipher. These early notes are careful and clinical, but there's an undercurrent of unease in them. Ford doesn't know what he's found yet, but he knows it's different from everything else. Journal 2 also contains Ford's notes on the portal, the machine he was building, whose purpose and function we'll discuss in detail shortly. Journal 3. Journal 3 is the most important of the 3. It's the one Dipper finds. It's the most complete record of Ford's research, and is also the most emotionally raw, because Journal 3 was written during the period when Ford understood what was happening and was actively trying to stop it. The final pages of Journal 3, the warning that Dipper reads in the first episode, are written with a kind of desperate urgency. Ford knew he was out of time. He knew something terrible was coming. He hid the journal and hoped desperately, against all rational probability, that someone would find it and be able to use it. That someone turned out to be a 12-year-old boy on summer vacation. And that, in its own strange way, is exactly what Gravity Falls is. Now we get to the actual episodes. And we're starting at the very beginning, because Tourist Trapped, the pilot episode, is one of the most densely packed first episodes in animation history. Almost every significant element of the entire series is introduced, foreshadowed, or hinted at in these first 22 minutes. Let's set the scene. It's the beginning of summer. 12-year-old twins Dipper and Mabel Pines have been sent to spend the summer with their great-uncle, their grunkle Stan, in Gravity Falls, Oregon. Stan runs the Mystery Shack, a tourist attraction that charges people to see fake supernatural exhibits. He's a con man, a huckster, a lovable fraud who is, as we will eventually discover, hiding something enormous beneath his gruff exterior. From the first moment we meet Dipper and Mabel, the show is establishing their dynamic with extraordinary efficiency. Dipper is anxious, analytical, desperate to understand things. Mabel is free, enthusiastic, emotionally intelligent, and fundamentally optimistic. They're not opposites, they're complements. They complete each other. This is the show's central relationship, and everything else, every mystery, every monster, every cosmic threat, is ultimately in service of this relationship. Dipper's opening narration establishes the premise perfectly. He talks about how some places are just wrong, how the trees lean the wrong way, how there's a feeling in the air that something is off. He's describing Gravity Falls, but he's also describing himself. Dipper is a kid who has always felt slightly out of step with the world. slightly wrong, slightly like he doesn't quite belong. Gravity Falls is, in a strange way, the first place he's ever felt like his instincts made sense. Then he finds Journal 3. The discovery of the journal is handled with perfect pacing. Dipper is alone in the attic. He knocks over a box. A book falls. He picks it up. And there it is, a handwritten journal with a hand on the cover. Specifically, a hand with 6 fingers, and on the inside cover, a warning. Property of, do not read. Dipper reads it, of course, because of course he does. He's Dipper. The journal warns of strange creatures in the forest. It promises that if the reader can crack the codes, all the answers will be revealed. It was written by the author, whose identity is the central mystery of the first season and a half. And just like that, Dipper has a mission. He's gonna figure out what's really going on in Gravity Falls. The gnomes. The actual plot of Tourist Trapped involves gnomes. Mabel has met a boy named Norman, who she thinks is her new boyfriend. Dipper, consulting the journal, becomes convinced that Norman is actually a zombie. He's wrong. Norman is actually an entire colony of gnomes stacked inside a human-shaped construct, trying to convince Mabel to become their queen. On the surface, this is a comedic adventure plot, and it is funny, but it's also doing something more sophisticated. The gnome plot is establishing the show's central rules. First, the journal is real and the supernatural is real. Second, Dipper's instincts are reliable, but his conclusions are often wrong. He was right that something was off about Norman, but wrong about what? Third, and most importantly, Mabel is not a damsel. When the gnomes reveal themselves and try to abduct her, Mabel does not wait for Dipper to save her. She grabs a leaf blower and destroys them. Mabel saves herself, and then she saves Dipper. This is crucial. The show is establishing from its very first episode that Mabel is not a supporting character in Dipper's adventure. They are co-protagonists. His analytical approach and her emotional intelligence are equally valuable. Neither of them would survive Gravity Falls without the other. The episode ends with Dipper and Mabel on the roof of the Mystery Shack, watching the sunset, having made a pact to figure out the mysteries of Gravity Falls together. It's a simple, quiet moment, but it's the foundation of everything that follows. What Tourist Trapped foreshadows. If you watch Tourist Trapped after completing the entire series, the amount of foreshadowing packed into it is staggering. The moment Dipper first opens the journal, before he even reads anything, we see a brief flash of something in the attic mirror. It's easy to miss on first viewing. On rewatch, knowing what you know about Bill Cipher's ability to appear in reflective surfaces, it takes on an entirely different meaning. The Mystery Shack itself is introduced with a shot of its exterior that, if you pause at exactly the right moment, shows a triangle shape in the shadows behind the building. This is either an extraordinary coincidence or Alex Hirsch hiding Bill Cipher's geometry in the very first establishing shot of the show's central location. Stan's behavior throughout the episode is worth examining. He's clearly performing the conman persona is always on, always selling something. But there are moments when the mask slips. A look behind his eyes when the journal is mentioned, quickly suppressed. A tension in his shoulders when certain topics come up. On first viewing, this reads as Stan being generally suspicious and somewhat dishonest. On rewatch, it's the beginning of the show's longest and most carefully maintained secret. The second episode, The Legend of the Gobblewonker, is often discussed primarily as a fun adventure episode. The twins and Suze go looking for a lake monster and find something more interesting instead. And it is fun, but it's also the episode that most clearly establishes what Dipper's obsession with the supernatural is actually about. Here's the setup. Gravity Falls holds its annual fishing festival, and Dipper sees an opportunity. An old man named Old Man McGucket claims to have seen the Gobblewonker, a legendary lake monster, and offers to pay for photographic evidence. Dipper convinces Mabel and Suze to skip fishing with Stan and go on the monster hunt instead. The monster hunt goes wrong almost immediately, as they tend to do in Gravity Falls. Their rented boat gets attacked by something large, and they spend most of the episode fleeing through the lake while trying to get a clear shot of whatever is chasing them. The twist: the Gobblewonker is actually a robot. Old Man McGucket built it himself to attract attention because he's lonely, his son never visits him, and the monster story was his way of getting people to notice him. This is the first time the show deploys what will become one of its most consistent structural moves. The mystery has a mundane explanation, but the mundane explanation is sadder than any monster. There is no Gobblewonker. But the reason there's no Gobblewonker, a lonely old man building a robot sea monster because his family doesn't come to see him, is genuinely heartbreaking. And there's something else here, something that won't fully land until much later in the series. Old Man McGucket is a recurring character throughout the show. He's presented, for most of the series, as an eccentric homeless man who lives in the dump and talks to animals. He's comic relief. He's quirky background texture for Gravity Falls as a weird town. But Old Man McGucket is not what he appears to be. He never was. And the reasons for his apparent madness and homelessness are, when fully revealed, one of the most tragic backstories in the entire show. We'll get there. For now, file away the name Fiddleford McGucket and remember that he built a robot sea monster to feel less alone. What Dipper's monster hunting is really about. The episode also gives us our first deep look at why Dipper is so obsessed with supernatural phenomena. It's not just curiosity, though curiosity is part of it. It's not just the journal, though the journal is definitely part of it. Dipper hunts monsters because it makes him feel special. It makes him feel like there's a reason for things like the world is more ordered and purposeful than it appears. If supernatural creatures exist, if there's a hidden layer to reality that can be decoded and understood, then maybe his own feeling of not quite belonging in the normal world makes sense. Maybe he's not wrong. Maybe the world is wrong, and he's the one who can see it clearly. This is a deeply relatable motivation, and it's going to drive Dipper into some very dark places before the series is over. The next several episodes of Season 1 operate primarily in the register of fun supernatural adventures while steadily deepening the character work and advancing the mythology in subtle ways. Headhunters features wax figures that come to life, which is funny and entertaining, but it's also the episode that introduces the question of who the author is. The wax figures mention Stanford before being melted, which is our first clue, or rather, the first clue that something is being hidden about the history of the Mystery Shack. Double Dipper is worth spending time on because it deals with something that will become central to the show, the question of identity, and specifically, Dipper's identity. The plot involves Dipper using the copier in the Mystery Shack, which, in classic Gravity Falls fashion, turns out to have supernatural properties to create copies of himself, intending to use them to help him talk to Wendy at a party. The plan, predictably, goes wrong. The copies develop their own agendas. They start trying to replace the original Dipper. On the surface, this is a comedy of errors, but underneath it is a genuinely interesting meditation on what makes a person themselves. If you make a perfect copy of Dipper, is that copy Dipper? It has all his memories, all his personality, all his capabilities. What makes the original more valid than the copy? The episode doesn't fully answer this question. It's a kids show after all, but it plants the seed. And that seed is going to grow into something significant when we get to the episodes dealing with Bill Cipher's ability to possess people and the question of what remains of a person when something else is wearing their face. Irrational Treasure is the episode about Quentin Tremblay, the hidden president, and it's one of the show's most purely joyful episodes. It's also beneath its comedic surface, making a serious point about history, about how official history is constructed, about what gets left out and why, and about who gets to decide what's real. The setup is Pioneer Day in Gravity Falls, a celebration of the town's founding. Pacifica, Northwest, Dipper, and Mabel's classmate, and the show's most interesting antagonist to ally character arc is there, doing the Northwest family's traditional role of commemorating their ancestors as the town's founders. Mabel, in a moment of signature Mabel enthusiasm, wearing a handmade silly hat, gets publicly mocked by Pacifica. Dipper, furious on his sister's behalf, decides to prove something by cracking a code he found in Journal 3 that points to a massive cover-up in American history. What they find is Quentin Tremblay, preserved alive since the 19th century inside a block of peanut brittle, enthusiastically greeting them as the discoverers of his secret legacy. The comedy here is excellent. Tremblay is one of the show's great one-off characters, an absolute disaster of a president who governed by instinct and whimsy and managed to be accidentally right about almost everything. He represents a kind of joyful, unashamed weirdness that Gravity Falls consistently celebrates. Being weird, being different, being the kind of person who makes no sense to conventional society, the show never lets you forget that these are often the people who see most clearly and feel most deeply. But the serious point underneath the comedy is this: the government covered up Tremblay because he was embarrassing. They erased him from history not because he was evil or dangerous, but because he was strange and didn't fit their preferred narrative of American history. And in doing so, they also buried the true founding story of Gravity Falls, a story about a weird man who fell out of a balloon and decided to build a town there because it seemed like a good idea. This theme of official narratives hiding more interesting and more honest truths will become increasingly important as the show develops. The entire mystery of the author, the entire secret of Stan's past, the entire hidden history of Gravity Falls as a place, all of these are covered up stories. All of these are truths that someone decided to hide. The episode also gives us our first significant look at the Northwest family, who will become much more important later. Pacifica is introduced here primarily as an antagonist, snobbish, dismissive, contemptuous of anyone she considers beneath her. But the episode plants a crucial seed when we see, in a brief moment, Pacifica flinch at the sound of a specific tone, a bell. It's easy to miss. It will matter enormously. Dipper vs. Manliness is one of the show's most underrated episodes. The plot involves Dipper encountering a group of Manitars half-man, half-bull creatures who embody an extreme, almost parodic form of aggressive masculinity, and his attempt to prove himself to them while simultaneously grappling with his own self-image. The Manitar's philosophy is simple. Manliness is strength, aggression, and the willingness to fight. Dipper, who is small and sensitive and doesn't fit any conventional image of toughness, desperately wants their approval. He undergoes their trials. He tries to become what they want him to be. And he fails. Not because he's not capable, but because he makes the moral choice not to hurt someone innocent when the Manitors demand it as the final test. Here's what's interesting about this episode in the context of the larger show. Dipper's arc throughout the entire series is, in part, about his complicated relationship with strength and toughness. He wants to be the kind of person who is capable and competent and strong. He wants to be able to protect the people he loves. And he frequently measures himself against ideals of strength that have nothing to do with his actual considerable abilities. The Manitars represent a specific kind of toxic ideal, one that equates masculinity with brutality and contempt for vulnerability. And the episode's conclusion is clear. Dipper is more impressive than the Manitors precisely because he refuses to be like them. But the episode also introduces something else. The idea that Dipper's attempts to be stronger will sometimes lead him to make choices that don't align with who he actually is. This will become a major theme in Season 2, particularly in his relationship with Bill Cipher and the choices he makes about knowledge and power. Meanwhile, the B-plot of this episode involves Stan failing repeatedly at a series of activities that are supposed to be fun, exercise, painting, etc., before discovering that he actually loves working out. It's a gentle comedy subplot, but it's also establishing something about Stan's character. Beneath the con man exterior, Stan is someone who has very few outlets for genuine feeling. He doesn't know how to have fun, he doesn't know how to relax, he has spent decades building walls, and those walls have shut out almost everything, including joy. Carpe Diem is the body swap episode, and body swap plots exist for one reason: to force characters to literally inhabit each other's perspectives. In the case of Dipper and Mabel, this results in one of the most genuinely funny episodes of the series, but also one of the most emotionally insightful. The inciting incident is a dispute over a room in the Mystery Shack. Dipper and Mabel are sharing a room and both want their own space. They discover a hidden room in the shack later. We understand this as part of Ford's extensive renovation and addition to the Mystery Shack structure, and compete for ownership of it. The conflict involves an electric carpet that turns out to be a body swapping device. The results are exactly what you'd expect, and also somehow funnier than that. Dipper in Mabel's body and Mabel in Dipper's body each experience the indignity and challenge of being the other person. Dipper has to deal with Mabel's social confidence and the way people treat her. Mabel has to deal with Dipper's anxiety and social awkwardness. But here's what the episode is really doing. It's making Dipper and Mabel understand each other more deeply, not by talking about their feelings. That's not how 12-year-olds work, but by literally experiencing each other's lives. By the end, they've come to a compromise not because they reasoned their way there, but because they genuinely understand what life looks like from the other side. This capacity for empathy, for genuinely inhabiting another perspective, is going to be one of Mabel's defining strengths in the series and one of Dipper's critical weaknesses. Dipper is smart and analytical, and capable of incredible feats of reasoning, but his empathy is sometimes overwhelmed by his intellect. He figures things out instead of feeling them, and this is going to cost him in the seasons ahead. The episode also has an important background detail. In the hidden room, before the body swap starts, there's a brief glimpse of writing on the wall that includes the phrase, "Bill was here." If you miss it, and most people do on first viewing, it still registers subconsciously as a note of wrongness. On rewatch, it's Ford's warning carved into the walls of his own home, and it recontextualizes the entire scene. Boss Mabel is the episode where Stan leaves Mabel in charge of the Mystery Shack for a week while he goes on vacation. The results are, predictably, chaotic. Mabel is too kind, too lenient, too trusting, and the staff takes advantage immediately. This episode is doing something important for Mabel's character development. Throughout the first season, Mabel is largely shown as emotionally intelligent and socially capable things that Dipper is not. But Boss Mabel shows that emotional intelligence and management competence are different skills. Mabel's fundamental kindness, her genuine desire for everyone to be happy, is a strength in most contexts. In a management context, without the ability to set boundaries and enforce consequences, it becomes a vulnerability. Mabel learns, by the end of the episode, that being the person in charge means sometimes doing things people don't like. Stan returns, takes one look at the disaster, and manages the situation with his usual combination of intimidation and pure force of personality. It's not necessarily admirable, but it works. What the episode is quietly noting is that Stan's approach to leadership, authoritarian, manipulative, keeping people in line through fear and force of personality, is effective in specific narrow contexts, but comes with enormous costs. Everyone who works for Stan is afraid of him. No one trusts him. He has competence, but no loyalty. This contrast between Stan's effective but hollow leadership and Mabel's kind but chaotic approach is setting up a question that the show will eventually answer. What does it actually mean to lead? What does it mean to be in charge of something important? When the stakes are highest, which qualities matter more? Bottomless Pit is the show's first anthology episode, a framing device where characters fall into a bottomless pit and tell stories while they're falling. It's lighter fare, but it contains some of the series' funniest moments and, buried within its comic structure, some genuinely interesting character observations. The segment where Stan's voice gets magically changed to that of a child is largely played for laughs, but there's a moment near the end of his story where, speaking with a child's voice, Stan says something honest, something he wouldn't normally say, and then catches himself and returns to his usual mode of deflection. It's a tiny moment, blink and you miss it. But is Alex Hirsch doing what he does throughout the entire show, hiding the character's real emotional truth inside the comedy? Deniable if you're not paying attention, unmistakable if you are. We need to talk about Gideon Gleeful, because Gideon is Gravity Falls' first major antagonist, and he deserves serious examination. Gideon is introduced throughout the first season as a child psychic, a 9-year-old boy with an elaborate televangelist persona, a devoted following in Gravity Falls, and a terrifying level of actual capability and ruthlessness beneath his cherubic exterior. He wants the Mystery Shack. He wants Mabel, and he is willing to do essentially anything to get what he wants. What makes Gideon such an effective villain, particularly in the context of a show aimed at younger audiences, is that he looks non-threatening. He's small, he's cute, he has a southern accent, and a fanciful wardrobe. Everything about his external presentation says harmless, but Gideon is, in fact, deeply dangerous. He is manipulative in a sophisticated way, he has access to supernatural power through an amulet he somehow acquired, and he has no moral framework that prevents him from hurting people to get what he wants. The Gideon Rises 2-part season finale is the culmination of the first season's Gideon arc, and it's where the show makes its first significant structural move. After a season of building toward a confrontation with Gideon, the finale resolves that confrontation. Gideon is defeated, exposed, and arrested, but opens up something much larger beneath it. Because in the finale, we learn that Gideon had Journal 2. He had been using it, had power because of it, and had been looking for the other journals. This means the journals were already separated before Dipper found Journal 3. This means someone put them in different places intentionally. And the question of who and why becomes the new central mystery as Season 2 begins. The other crucial moment in the Season 1 finale is the very last scene. Stan, alone in the Mystery Shack basement, which we've never seen before, activates a large machine. We get a brief glimpse of a portal, of enormous power, of something being worked toward in secret. And then it cuts to credits. It's one of the most effective season finale cliffhangers in animation history, precisely because it recontextualizes everything we thought we understood about Stan. The con man, the huckster, the fraud, he's been hiding something in his basement this entire time. Something big. Something that involves the same technology as the journals and the same supernatural framework as everything else in Gravity Falls. Who is Stan Pines, really? What is that machine? What is he trying to do? Season 2 is going to answer all of these questions. And the answers are going to be more complicated, more emotional, and more devastating than anyone predicted. When Season 1 ends with that shot of Stan activating a portal in his basement, the audience's immediate assumption is that Stan is a villain. That everything warm and funny about him throughout the season was a calculated performance designed to hide something sinister. That the con man was conning us all along. Season 2 is going to spend the better part of its entire run dismantling that assumption, rebuilding it, dismantling it again, and ultimately delivering one of the most emotionally complex character revelations in animated television history. But before we get to the full reveal, we need to spend some time in the space between the Season 2 opening episodes that maintain Stan's mystery while deepening everything else. Scary-oke is the Season 2 premiere, and it does something structurally bold. It introduces the government agents, Agent Trigger and Agent Powers, who have been investigating the Gravity Falls area and specifically the Mystery Shack. This is the first time we've seen official outside authority engaged with the supernatural elements of the show, and it immediately raises the stakes. Whatever is happening in Gravity Falls is significant enough that the federal government is paying attention. Stan's response to the agents is a masterclass in his particular brand of deception. He doesn't panic, he doesn't flee. He invites them to a party, plays the buffoon, and buries the lead so deep beneath layers of showmanship that they leave without finding anything. Stan has been hiding something for a very long time, and he is extraordinarily good at it. Meanwhile, Dipper, having found the journal, having spent a summer solving supernatural mysteries, makes the decision to share what he knows with the agents. Not with Stan, not with Mabel. With the government officials who seem like they might actually have the resources to deal with whatever is happening in Gravity Falls. And this is wrong. Not morally wrong, Dipper's intentions are entirely good, but strategically, profoundly wrong. Because the agents don't believe him, in his attempt to prove himself by accidentally raising the dead, it's a long story. There's a karaoke machine involved, turns into a zombie apocalypse, that only gets resolved because Dipper, Mabel, and Stan work together. The episode establishes the season's central theme early. The question of trust. Who do you trust with dangerous information? Who has the right to know what you know? And what happens when the people you trust most are hiding things from you? Into the Bunker is one of the single most important episodes in the entire series for several reasons, and none of them are what the episode appears to be about on the surface. The surface story, Dipper. Mabel, Seuss, and Wendy discover a hidden bunker in the forest, clearly Ford's laboratory, and encounter a shapeshifter that had been imprisoned there. The shapeshifter is terrifying, capable of taking any form, and has been locked in the bunker for years. The adventure involves navigating the bunker, discovering the shapeshifter's existence, and ultimately sealing it back in containment. But beneath this adventure story, 3 things happen that change everything. First, the bunker confirms that the author was real and was conducting serious, sophisticated scientific research. The bunker isn't a mad scientist's cave. It's a professional laboratory with equipment, records, and clear systematic methodology. Whoever built this was not just a curious eccentric, they were a serious researcher working on something significant. Second, the shapeshifter, in the course of the episode, reveals that it knows who the author is. It taunts Dipper with this. It has been trapped down here for years with nothing but the secrets of the author for company, and it uses those secrets as weapons. When the shapeshifter takes Dipper's form and tries to escape, the moment of greatest danger is not physical. It's the moment when Dipper genuinely doesn't know which version of himself is real. Third, and most significantly, the episode contains Dipper's confession to Wendy. Throughout season 1 and into season 2, Dipper's crush on Wendy has been one of the show's ongoing subplots. In Into the Bunker, trapped in a potentially life-threatening situation, Dipper finally tells Wendy how he feels. And Wendy, kindly but clearly, tells him that she's 3 years older than him and it's not going to happen, but that she values their friendship enormously and doesn't want to lose it. This is handled with extraordinary maturity for a kids show. Wendy doesn't mock Dipper or make him feel foolish. Dipper doesn't spiral into self-pity. They have an honest conversation, and they come out of it with their friendship intact and, in some ways, stronger. The unrequited crush doesn't disappear. Dipper still has feelings, but it no longer defines his relationship with Wendy. The reason this matters to the larger arc is subtle but important. Dipper's crush on Wendy has been a source of distraction, sometimes a dangerous one throughout season 1. Resolving it, even without the resolution he wanted, frees Dipper to focus more fully on the actual central work of his summer, uncovering the truth about Gravity Falls. His emotional energy is redirected toward things that will actually matter for the rest of the series. Let's take a moment to talk about the Gulf War, because while it's often categorized as a lighter episode, it contains the first significant development of Pacifica Northwest's character, and Pacifica's arc is one of the most carefully constructed character journeys in the series. The episode pits Mabel against Pacifica in a mini-golf competition, and the central conflict is straightforward. Pacifica is a cheater who uses every advantage she has to win. But the episode reveals something important about why Pacifica is the way she is. She's not just spoiled and mean, she's desperate. She needs to win in a way that goes beyond normal competitiveness. Losing for Pacifica is genuinely terrifying. We don't fully understand why until Northwest Mansion Noir, which we'll get to. But the Gulf War plants the seed. Pacifica's behavior is not the cause of her problems. It's a symptom. The real importance of this stretch of episodes comes with Society of the Blind Eye, which is, without question, one of the most thematically rich episodes of the entire series. The Society of the Blind Eye is a secret organization that has existed in Gravity Falls for generations. Their purpose? To erase memories of supernatural events from the townspeople. Anyone who sees something they shouldn't, anything that threatens the comfortable fiction of normalcy, the Society of the Blind Eye shows up and removes the memory. This seems, on the surface, like a sinister organization. And in practice, it has caused harm. We discover that Old Man McGucket himself has been voluntarily submitting to memory erasure for years, to the point where his mind has been severely damaged by the cumulative loss. But the episode complicates the easy moral judgment by asking, what are these people afraid of? The society members are, mostly, ordinary townspeople who joined because they found it easier to forget than to know. They're not villains in the conventional sense. They're people who made a choice to protect their mental comfort at the cost of truth. This is the show's most direct engagement with its central philosophical question. Is it better to know or not to know? The society says no knowing is too dangerous, too destabilizing, too difficult. Forgetting is kinder. But the show's argument, made through Dipper's entire arc, is that not knowing is its own kind of damage. That the truth, however difficult, is something you have to face eventually. The McGucket revelation, the Society of the Blind Eye episode, is also where we begin to understand what happened to Fiddleford McGucket. McGucket, as we've noted, has been a comic background character for most of the series, the eccentric old man who lives in the dump, mutters to himself, builds things out of garbage. He's quirky Gravity Falls texture. He's local color. But in Society of the Blind Eye, we begin to understand that McGucket's apparent madness is not natural. It's the result of deliberate, repeated memory erasure. Hundreds of applications of the memory gun over years, each one removing something he had seen, or known, or experienced, until the cumulative damage had fragmented his mind. And why? What was McGucket erasing? He was erasing his memories of building the portal, of working with Stanford Pines, of what he had seen come through the portal before it was shut down, of what he had understood about what Ford was doing and why it was dangerous. McGucket was Ford's assistant. He was there. He saw things that broke his mind not through the memory erasure, but before it. The memory erasure was his attempt to cope with what he had seen. It was a response to trauma, not the cause of it. This recontextualization of McGucket from comic eccentric to tragic figure is one of the series' most effective moves. And it deepens the mystery of what happened in Ford's laboratory years ago in a way that makes the eventual full reveal even more powerful. Blendin's game is the Suze episode, and it matters for two reasons. It tells us everything important about Suze, and it establishes the time travel mechanics of the Gravity Falls universe. Suze Ramirez is, in many ways, the show's most generous character study. He's an adult man-child who works for Stan at the Mystery Shack and has essentially adopted Dipper and Mabel as the younger siblings he never had. He's enthusiastic, kind, not particularly bright, and deeply, genuinely good in a way that requires no explanation or complication. But Blendin's game gives Suze a backstory that reframes everything about him. The episode involves Blendin, a time traveler from the future who blames Dipper and Mabel for ruining his life, challenging them to a gladiatorial competition in the future. To save themselves, they use a time machine to travel back to Suze's childhood birthday parties. What they find there is heartbreaking. Young Suze, birthday after birthday, waiting for his father to show up. His father never comes. He never comes once. And young Suze, optimistic and generous even as a child, keeps making excuses for his father, keeps believing the next birthday will be different. It never is. This backstory transforms Suze from a lovable sidekick into a fully realized person, whose fundamental goodness is not naive or accidental. It's a deliberate, hard-won choice made by someone who experienced genuine abandonment and decided to be the opposite of that. Suze is kind and enthusiastic and loyal because he knows what it's like to be let down, and he has decided not to let people down. The episode also explains Suze's relationship with Stan. Stan is in many ways the father figure that Suze's actual father never was. Stan is gruff and demanding and not outwardly affectionate, but he shows up, he's there. He gave Suze a job and a sense of purpose and a place to belong. The fact that Stan might not understand the emotional significance of this to Suze doesn't diminish it. On time travel, the show establishes that time travel exists in the Gravity Falls universe, that the future has organizations dedicated to managing temporal events, and that the consequences of time travel interference can ripple through history in unpredictable ways. This information will be relevant again in Season 2's later episodes when the scope of Bill Cipher's threat begins to include temporal manipulation. The Love God is a Mabel episode about supernatural matchmaking gone wrong, and while it's entertaining, its most important contribution to the series is in what it says about Mabel's relationship with her own happiness and other people's. Mabel, operating with entirely good intentions, uses a love potion from a supernatural entity to get two people she cares about together. The results are, predictably, chaotic. And the episode's moral is, one the show returns to repeatedly, the desire to make people happy, however sincere, doesn't give you the right to override their choices. Mabel's emotional generosity is one of her greatest qualities, but it comes with a tendency to assume she knows what people want better than they do themselves. This is important because it's a flaw the show is setting up for a payoff much later in the Weirdmageddon arc. Mabel's desire for things to stay perfect and happy forever is going to be exploited by Bill Cipher in a way that is devastating precisely because it weaponizes her best quality against her. But the episode we really need to spend time on is Northwest Mansion Noir. This is the episode that completes Pacifica Northwest's character transformation from antagonist to something much more complex. And it does so through one of the most genuinely scary sequences in the entire series. The Northwests are throwing their annual party, a lavish event for the rich and powerful of the Pacific Northwest. A ghost has begun haunting the mansion. The ghost can turn people to wood, and the Northwests, rather than deal with the actual problem, have called Dipper in to quietly handle it before anyone notices. The ghost, a lumberjack named Archibald Corduroy, whose portrait hangs in the Northwest foyer, turns out to be a grudge ghost. He was wronged by the Northwest family over a century ago. He built their mansion, they promised to open it to the common people once a year, and they never kept that promise. His haunting is rage and grief at a betrayal that was never acknowledged, never apologized for, never made right. The Northwest family's solution? Lock the common people outside, literally, while the party goes on inside. Pacifica, who was tasked with opening the gates to let people in, as instructed by Dipper, who understood this was the only way to appease the ghost, has a moment of decision. Her parents are watching. The expectation is clear: keep the gates closed, protect the family name. And then her father rings a bell. We saw the bell flinch in Irrational Treasure. Now we understand it. The Northwest family has been conditioning Pacifica with that bell her entire life, a Pavlovian system of control designed to enforce obedience. The bell means comply. The bell means don't embarrass us. The bell means your value as a person is conditional on your usefulness to this family. Pacifica freezes. She's been trained to freeze. And everything inside her is fighting against the training. She opens the gates. It's a small physical action, pushing a button, opening a door, but the emotional and character significance is enormous. Pacifica Northwest, in this moment, chooses to defy her family's expectations for the first time in her life. She does the right thing even though it costs her. The ghost is appeased. The mansion is saved. And Pacifica cries. Because choosing the right thing was harder than it should have been, and she knows now what it cost her to be who her parents made her, and she doesn't know yet who she's gonna be instead. Dipper, watching all of this, says nothing. He doesn't need to. He nods, and Pacifica nods back. This is one of the most quietly powerful moments in the entire series. Two kids from completely different worlds in a haunted mansion in the middle of the night having a moment of genuine understanding. Pacifica is going to be important again before this is all over. We have arrived at A Tale of Two Stands, the crown jewel of Season 2, the episode that redefines everything, the single most important piece of lore in the entire series. By this point in the season, the government agents have captured both Stan and the newly returned Ford, whose reemergence from the portal is the inciting event for the second half of Season 2, and are holding them in the Mystery Shack for interrogation. The twins, locked in the basement, push Stan and Ford for answers. And finally, after 2 seasons of mystery and hiding and deflection and half-truths, they get them. What follows is a flashback episode that spans decades. The full story of Stanley and Stanford Pines, and it is magnificent. The Pines twins, Origin Stanley and Stanford Pines, grew up in Glass Shard Beach, New Jersey, the sons of a small-time entrepreneur who ran a tourist attraction. From the very beginning, their dynamic is established. Ford is the intellectual prodigy with 6 fingers and extraordinary academic capability. Stanley is the streetwise, socially capable, physically brave brother who protects Ford from bullies and believes in him absolutely. They're a team. They complement each other. They're not identical. Ford is going to change the world through genius. Stan is going to hustle his way through it, but they love each other completely, and neither one can quite imagine life without the other. Ford's scientific talent wins him a scholarship to a prestigious university. This is the turning point. Ford is going to leave. Stan, who didn't get in, who isn't the genius, is going to stay behind. And in the aftermath of this announcement, their father does something that breaks both of them. He destroys Ford's science project, the invention Ford was counting on to secure his future, because he needs the money it would have generated from a deal Stan had made, not understanding what the project meant. Ford blames Stan, not because Stan intended any harm he didn't, but because he needs someone to blame, and Stan is there, and the pain is too raw and the loss too significant for Ford to be rational about it. This is the original fracture. Two brothers who loved each other completely, separated by misunderstanding, pride, and the particular cruelty that only people who care about each other can inflict. The years apart, Ford goes to university, becomes a prodigy, attracts attention, eventually finds his way to Gravity Falls to study its anomalous properties, builds the Mystery Shack, writes the journals, and begins working in secret on a portal. Stan, meanwhile, fails at everything. His father kicks him out. He bounces from scheme to scheme, city to city, grift to grift, unable to hold anything together. He's not stupid. Stan is, we will eventually understand, quite extraordinarily smart in his own way, but his intelligence is social and practical rather than academic, and without Ford's stabilizing presence, he's adrift. For years, the brothers don't speak. The fracture hardens into estrangement. Then Ford calls. He's in trouble. He needs Stan. Bill Cipher and the Portal hears, where we finally get the full picture of what Ford was doing in Gravity Falls. Ford had been working with Bill Cipher, believing Bill to be a helpful interdimensional being, a source of inspiration and insight to build a portal, a machine that could open a doorway between the physical world and the dimension in which Bill exists, the mindscape, or more specifically, the nightmare realm. Bill's plan, his long-term, patient, centuries in the making plan, was to use Ford's portal to merge the nightmare realm with the physical world, to tear down the barrier between dimensions and allow himself and the entities of his realm free access to physical reality. This is what Weirdmageddon actually is, the successful completion of Bill's original plan. Ford didn't know this. Ford thought the portal was a scientific achievement, a device for exploring other dimensions, advancing human knowledge, understanding the nature of reality. He thought Bill was his intellectual collaborator. He thought he was changing the world. He was right about that last part, just not in the way he intended. When Ford finally understood what he had been building, when he understood that the portal was not a scientific instrument but a weapon, that Bill had been using him, he made a desperate decision. He split the journals into 3 pieces and hid them separately. Without all 3 journals, the portal could not be operated. He would destroy the portal itself before he let Bill use it. And he called Stan, after years of silence, because he needed help, because he was alone and afraid, and the one person he trusted, absolutely the one person who had always believed in him, was his brother. The night of the accident, Stan came. Of course, Stan came, because whatever had happened between them, whatever years of silence and blame and pride had built up, Stan still loved his brother. Stan had always loved his brother, but their reunion was not the reconciliation it should have been. Ford was in crisis mode, frantic, frightened, not himself. He needed Stan to leave immediately with Journal 1, to take it as far from Gravity Falls as possible, to keep it away from Bill, they argued. Old wounds reopened. Ford said things he shouldn't have said, Stan said things back. And in the midst of the argument, there was an accident. Ford fell into the portal. He was gone. Pulled into another dimension, lost in the space between worlds. And Stan was left alone in the basement of the Mystery Shack with the portal running and his brother gone. 30 years here is the heart of the entire show. Here is everything. Stan Pines spent 30 years trying to get his brother back. 30 years of running the Mystery Shack as a front. 30 years of pretending to be Stanford Pines, using his brother's identity, his brother's academic credentials, his brother's name to keep the operation going. 30 years of studying Ford's journals, learning Ford's physics, slowly and painstakingly building his understanding of a science he was never trained in, entirely self-taught, entirely alone, driven by nothing but love and guilt and the refusal to give up. 30 years of failing, of the portal not working, of hitting walls and starting over, of nights in that basement when the weight of it all must have been crushing. 30 years of the con man persona, the gruff, the greedy, the selfish as armor, as protection against anyone looking too closely, as the performance necessary to keep everyone at a safe enough distance that no one would ever find the basement. 30 years of Stan Pines doing the most extraordinary thing he ever did in total silence with no one watching, for an audience of one person who didn't even know he was doing it. And then his great niece and nephew came to spend the summer. And without realizing it, by finding the journals, by solving the mysteries, they accidentally helped Stan complete what he had been working on for 3 decades. The portal turns on in the season 1 finale because Dipper and Mabel had recovered Journal 3, which Stan needed to complete the circuit. They gave him the last piece without knowing it. And Ford comes back. The reunion of Stan and Ford is not a warm one. Ford has been trapped in another dimension for 30 years, living through incredible adventures, as we'll learn, but also experiencing 30 years of isolation and the particular horror of being gone while the world moved on. He's grateful to be back. He's also furious at Stan. The old wounds, the old resentment, the old pride, none of that went away in 30 years. But here's what the episode does with devastating precision. It shows us both brothers simultaneously, in the same scene, refusing to acknowledge what is plainly obvious to anyone watching. Stan would die for Ford, has, in a sense, sacrificed 3 decades of his life for Ford. And Ford, brilliant as he is, cannot see this clearly because his vision of his brother is still filtered through the 20-year-old fracture that separated them. The twins, Dipper and Mabel, see it. They see both brothers clearly. And watching their great uncles struggle toward each other through layers of old hurt and pride is the first moment in season 2 where the show's emotional architecture fully reveals itself. This show is about what families do to each other, about the damage that comes from loving people and failing them, about whether the damage can be repaired. Now that we have the context of Ford's story, we can talk about Bill Cipher properly. And we need to, because Bill Cipher is not just a villain, he's a force of nature. He's a philosophical position. He's the show's most sophisticated and terrifying creation. Bill Cipher appears first in Dreamscaperers, the season 1 finale, as a triangular entity with a top hat and a single eye who can enter people's dreams. He's introduced as a threat, but in that first appearance, he's also clearly being played somewhat for dark comedy. He's strange and funny and obviously powerful and obviously not to be trusted. By the time the series ends, Bill has transformed into something genuinely apocalyptic. And that transformation is earned, step by step, through the careful revelation of what he actually is. What is Bill Cipher? Bill Cipher is a 2D being, literally a triangle who exists in the mindscape, the dimension of thoughts, dreams, and consciousness. He is ancient beyond any meaningful human frame of reference. He is, by his own account, from a dimension very different from the physical world, one where there were no physical laws, no order, nothing but pure chaos and thought. His own dimension was destroyed. By his own hand. Bill destroyed his home dimension because he could, because the constraints of a physical reality, even his unusual one, were intolerable to him. The freedom he experienced when everything he had ever known was gone was, in his telling, the best moment of his existence. This is crucial to understanding Bill. He is not evil in the way of a villain who wants power or wealth or revenge. He is evil in the way of pure entropy he destroys, because destruction is, to him, beautiful. He tears things down because order itself is an offense. He is the philosophical position that nothing matters, that consequences are irrelevant, that the universe's only honest state is chaos. And this makes him, in a strange way, the show's most coherent character. Everything about Bill is consistent with his fundamental nature. He makes deals because deals are interesting, not because he keeps them. He manipulates because manipulation is a game, and he enjoys games. He is charming because charm is a tool, and he uses every tool available. But underneath the charm, there is nothing, no warmth, no connection, no genuine feeling for anything or anyone, or almost nothing. We'll come back to that. Bill's history with Ford. We've covered how Bill first appeared to Ford in dreams, as a helpful entity, as an intellectual equal. What we haven't fully explored is how sophisticated this manipulation was. Bill had been watching Gravity Falls for a long time before Ford arrived. He had identified it as a location where the dimensional barrier was weak, a natural consequence of the area's unusual geological and metaphysical properties. He knew that if a sufficiently intelligent being tried to build a portal there, the barrier could be broken. When Ford arrived, brilliant, ambitious, isolated, desperately lonely Bill recognized exactly what he had. Not just a tool, an opportunity. Ford was the kind of person who could actually build what Bill needed. Smart enough to understand the science, proud enough not to question his own judgment, lonely enough to be vulnerable to the particular kind of connection Bill offered. Bill played a long game. He didn't reveal himself as dangerous until he had already made himself necessary. By the time Ford understood what he was dealing with, the portal was almost complete. By the time Ford tried to stop it, it was almost too late. The deal Ford made with Bill, or rather, the thing that feels like a deal but is actually closer to an infection, is never fully specified in the show, but its terms are implied. Ford gave Bill access to his mind. In exchange for the intellectual partnership, for the answers to questions Ford couldn't solve alone, Ford opened his mind to an entity that would never, ever leave voluntarily. Bill's limitations. For all his power, Bill has significant limitations in the physical world, and the show is careful to establish them. Bill exists primarily in the mindscape. To interact directly with the physical world, he needs a physical host, a body to possess. This possession is possible only if the host consents, which is why so much of Bill's strategy involves manipulation and deals rather than direct force. You have to let Bill in. If you don't let him in, he can't fully enter. The other limitation, the portal Ford built is the only mechanism by which Bill can achieve the full merging of the nightmare realm and the physical world. Without the portal, Bill can appear in the mindscape, can manipulate dreams and minds, can possess willing hosts, but cannot achieve Weirdmageddon. The portal is essential. This is why the journals matter so much. The journals contain the technical knowledge needed to operate the portal. Without all three journals, the portal cannot be safely run. Bill's entire relationship with Gravity Falls, and by extension with Ford, and by further extension with Dipper and Mabel and Stan, is ultimately about getting the portal operational. Before we get to Weirdmageddon, we need to talk about Dipper and Mabel versus Will. The Future, the episode that sets up the apocalypse by breaking the central relationship of the show. By this point in season 2, a lot has changed. Ford has returned. Ford and Dipper have developed a mentorship relationship. Ford recognizes Dipper's intelligence and curiosity, and Dipper finds in Ford the intellectual guidance he's been seeking all summer. Ford has in fact offered Dipper something enormous, an apprenticeship. The chance to stay in Gravity Falls, study with Ford, learn the secrets of the universe. This offer is everything Dipper has ever wanted, or at least, it's everything he thought he wanted. Meanwhile, Mabel is facing her own crisis. Summer is ending, they're going back to their normal lives. And Mabel has realized something that Dipper has been avoiding. They're about to go to high school. Everything is about to change. The childhood that felt permanent and endless is about to end, and Mabel is terrified. The episode's central conflict is brutal in its simplicity. Dipper wants to stay. Mabel wants things to go back to the way they were, back to their regular life, back to before everything got complicated. And these two desires are incompatible. Bill Cipher exploits this perfectly. He appears to Mabel in a vulnerable moment and offers her a deal. A snow globe that contains a perfect frozen moment of summer. Inside it, things never change. Inside it, the summer lasts forever. Mabel, in her fear and her grief, takes the deal. This is the moment that makes Mabel not a damsel, but a participant. Mabel's decision to take Bill's deal, which traps her in the snow globe and allows Bill to enter the physical world, is not a moment of stupidity or weakness. It's a moment of very human fear. She wasn't naive. She knew she was making a deal with something dangerous. She did it anyway because the alternative, growing up, losing the summer, losing the version of herself and her brother that exists in Gravity Falls, felt worse. And this is what makes it so devastating. Bill didn't defeat Mabel. He found the crack in her armor, her fear of change, and he walked right through it. The snow globe contains a constructed perfect world, a false version of summer that never ends, populated by Mabel's imagination. It's comfortable, and it's safe, and it's completely, utterly wrong. It is, in miniature, what Bill ultimately wants to do to the entire world. Replace reality with his version of it. A version where chaos reigns and nothing means anything and everything familiar has been burned away. When Dipper realizes what has happened, when he understands that his sister made a deal with a demon and is now trapped, his response is not anger, it's grief, because he knows why she did it. He knows what she was afraid of. And he knows, with a 12-year-old's devastating clarity, that they both bear responsibility for this moment. Weirdmageddon Part 1 begins with Bill Cipher achieving what he has been working toward through Ford for decades. The portal opens fully. The barrier between the nightmare realm and the physical world tears, and Bill Cipher enters physical reality. The transformation of Gravity Falls is immediate and total. The sky turns a burning yellow-orange. The plastic sky is the barrier, the plastic sky, the barrier, the plastic sky, the sky, the plastic sky. Bizarre, nightmare creatures emerge from nowhere. The laws of physics begin to bend and break. People are turned into stone, their bodies preserved in states of frozen horror. Bill stands at the center of all of this and is joyful. Genuinely, completely joyful in the way that only something that has wanted something for centuries can be when it finally gets it. His Weirdmageddon is not a performance. This is what Bill actually feels. This is what freedom looks like to something that has existed in chains, even comfortable, self-constructed chains for as long as he has. The scope of what Bill is doing extends beyond Gravity Falls almost immediately. The anomalies begin spreading outward. There's an implication that, if unchecked, Weirdmageddon would eventually encompass the entire world. But here's what Bill doesn't account for: the specific geometry of Gravity Falls itself. The town is, as we've established, a location of unusual dimensional properties. The same properties that made it ideal for the portal also, it turns out, create a natural containment. Weirdmageddon cannot immediately spread beyond Gravity Falls' borders. The barrier that was weak enough to breach is also specific enough in location to contain the breach, at least temporarily. Bill is trapped. He's won, but he's won in a cage. He can reshape the cage however he likes, and he does, creating his pyramid throne, his court of nightmare creatures, his bizarre carnival of suffering. But he cannot leave. Not yet. Not until something changes. This creates the structure of the Weirdmageddon arc, a race against time. Bill is working on how to break containment. Dipper, Stan, Ford, and the rest are working on how to stop him before he does. The survivors, not everyone in Gravity Falls, is immediately captured or transformed by Weirdmageddon. Several characters escape into the forest or find shelter in locations that Bill's power doesn't immediately reach. The Mystery Shack turns out to be resistant to Bill's power because of Ford's modifications to the building, because of the strange properties of its foundation, and because Stan's genuine stubbornness apparently confuses even a chaos demon. The shack becomes the Resistance headquarters. Suze, Wendy, McGucket, and eventually most of the surviving townspeople gather there. What they have is limited: a building that Bill can't immediately enter, a plan that doesn't exist yet, and a 12-year-old boy who is the only one still free to look for a solution. Dipper, free because he wasn't in the immediate zone when Weirdmageddon began, sets out to find Mabel in the snow globe and to find Ford, who has been captured by Bill and is being kept as a living battery, his mind serving as a power source. Escape from Reality is the Weirdmageddon episode that takes place inside Mabel's snow globe, and it is one of the most psychologically sophisticated episodes of the entire series. Inside the snow globe, everything is perfect. The world is exactly as Mabel would wish it, a colorful, joyful place where she is loved and appreciated and where nothing bad ever happens. Her friends are there. Dipper, is there a version of Dipper who is happy and not anxious and not always running off to solve mysteries? Everything she ever wanted is available in infinite abundance. When Dipper enters the snow globe with the help of two recurring characters from earlier in the season, he immediately wants to get Mabel out. He explains what's happening in the outside world, he tells her about Weirdmageddon, he tells her they need to leave, and Mabel doesn't want to go. This is the most honest scene in the entire series. Not because of anything anyone says, but because of what it implies about both twins. Dipper has been so focused on the mysteries, on the adventure, on the intellectual project of understanding Gravity Falls, that he has sometimes not fully seen what Mabel was experiencing beside him. The fears she had, the grief she was anticipating. He gave her his version of the summer running, danger, discovery, and assumed she was as happy in it as he was. She was happy. She loved it. But she was also scared, and he didn't always see the scared part. And Mabel, inside the snow globe has been pretending that this fake perfect world is enough, that the happiness it provides is real happiness. But deep down, she knows you can't actually be happy in a lie, even a perfect one. The perfection is the problem. Real things aren't perfect, and that's what makes them real. The moment Mabel chooses to leave to go back to the real world with all its difficulty and change and impermanence is the moment the show completes her arc. She chooses reality over comfort. She chooses the hard thing because it's real. She chooses her brother and the actual summer they had and the actual relationship they have over the snow globe version of both. When they emerge from the snow globe together, as they've been from the beginning, they're ready for whatever comes next. The finale of Gravity Falls Weirdmageddon Part 3, Take Back the Falls, is 2 acts stitched together. The first act is a battle. The second act is about family. The battle itself is spectacular in the way that Gravity Falls' set pieces always are. Inventive, emotionally grounded, and driven not by spectacle but by character. The plan to defeat Bill involves using the combined knowledge of Ford, McGucket, and several others to construct a machine inside the Mystery Shack that can fight back against Bill's power. McGucket's involvement here is worth pausing on. The eccentric old man who spent years erasing his memories of this very situation is now, having recovered those memories, the most practically capable engineer available. His mind, once fragmented by the repeated memory erasure, has been largely restored, and what's been restored is a genius. McGucket was Ford's equal once, and he is again. His arc from comic relief to tragic figure to finally, properly, heroic engineer is one of the series' most quietly triumphant. The plan, the Mystery Shack, loaded with Ford's portal technology and McGucket's engineering, will march through Gravity Falls and confront Bill directly. This is exactly as ridiculous as it sounds, and it works exactly as well as you'd expect. What doesn't work as planned is the confrontation with Bill itself. Ford's intended solution involves using a specific equation, a cipher, appropriately to trap Bill in a physical object and then destroy it. Bill cannot be killed in conventional ways, but he can be contained. And contained, he can be eliminated. The problem, to get close enough to use the equation, someone has to make physical contact with Bill. And Bill's defenses, his sheer power, make this seem impossible. And this is where Stan Pines saves the world. Stan's choice. The final confrontation between Stan and Bill Cipher takes place inside Stan's mind. Bill enters Stan's mindscape, the space of Stan's thoughts and memories, intending to find the equation he needs to break free of Gravity Falls containment and spread Weirdmageddon globally. What Bill finds, instead, is a man who has spent 30 years getting very good at hiding things inside his own head. Stan's mind is, to put it simply, a mess. Deliberately so. A lifetime of cons and deceptions and performance and survival has made Stan's inner landscape almost incomprehensible from the outside. There are layers on layers on layers of false information, misdirection, and genuine chaos. Not Bill's kind of chaos, but the very human chaos of a complicated life lived in constant motion. Bill can't find what he's looking for. Stan has hidden it too well. And in the moment when Bill is distracted, searching, frustrated, not fully in control, Ford uses the equation, the cipher, the key. Stan's memory is erased. Everything, all of it. 30 years of devotion and sacrifice and quiet, enormous love gone. The portal work, the journals, Ford, Dipper, and Mabel, the Mystery Shack, his brother, gone. And with Stan's memories, Bill is trapped, contained, destroyed. Stan Pines saves the world by sacrificing everything that made his world worth saving. And no one but Ford and the twins know that it happened. The recovery here is the other thing the show does in the finale, the thing that keeps it from being purely tragic, Mabel's scrapbook. Throughout the summer, Mabel has been making a scrapbook. Every adventure, every friend, every moment that mattered. She has been, in her way, doing exactly what Dipper was doing with the journal, documenting the summer, preserving it, making it permanent. When Stan's memories are gone and he's sitting in a chair not knowing who he is or what any of this means, Mabel sits beside him and goes through the scrapbook, one page at a time, one memory at a time, She reads him the story of his own summer with his great-niece and nephew. And slowly, carefully, memory by memory, Stan comes back. Not all at once, not completely, not immediately, but he comes back. The love is too strong, the memories too real, the connections too deep to simply vanish. You can erase the facts of a relationship, but something of the relationship itself, something of the feeling, the bond, the decades of love persists. This is the show's final statement on its central theme. Memory matters. Love matters. The connections we build are not just data to be stored and retrieved, they are something more fundamental than that. They are who we are. And when someone who loves you tells you the story of who you are, you can find your way back. Stan comes back, Ford is there when he does, and the brothers who spent 30 years separated by pride and misunderstanding, and 30 more years separated by dimensions, look at each other, and something of the old dynamic is there again. Fractured, yes. Scarred, certainly, but real. The last act of the finale is about goodbye. The summer is over. Dipper and Mabel are going home. All the friends they made, all the mysteries they solved, all the impossible things they saw and did, it's staying here in Gravity Falls. They're taking themselves back to their regular lives, their regular school, their regular world. Each goodbye is given its proper weight. Wendy, who has been Dipper's friend and his model of coolness and his first heartbreak, and more than any of that, his genuinely good friend. All summer she gives him her hat. It's a small gesture. It means everything. Suze is staying. He's been given the mystery shack by Stan. Stan is leaving with Ford on their sailing trip, the adventure Stan was promised and never got to have. Suze, who found family here, who has always belonged here more than anywhere else, is staying to be the new mystery shack man. McGucket is reunited with his son. After everything, the memory erasing, the years in the dump, the broken mind slowly pieced back together, McGucket gets to have his family back. It's not a grand scene. It doesn't need to be. A father and his son back together. Some things don't need elaboration. Pacifica, who started the summer as an antagonist and ended it as something much more interesting, someone in the process of becoming who she actually is, separate from her family's expectations, waves goodbye from across the crowd. She and Mabel don't need a big scene either. What happened between them was real. It'll last. And then there's the moment between Dipper and Ford. Ford's offer still stands. Dipper can stay, can be Ford's apprentice, can have access to everything, the journals, the research, the secrets of Gravity Falls, the entire universe of knowledge that Ford has accumulated. Dipper says no. He says no because Mabel is going home, and wherever Mabel goes, Dipper goes. Not because he has to, not because he's obligated, because she is the most important thing in his world. And the journals and the mysteries and the secrets of the universe are wonderful, but they are not his twin sister. Ford understands. He doesn't say much, but he understands. Stan and Ford sail away together. Two old men who nearly destroyed each other and spent 30 years apart and have so much to repair and don't know where to start and are, finally, starting. And Dipper and Mabel go home. The last image is of the mystery shack, from a distance, getting smaller as they drive away. The pines, trees, the strange town, the summer that changed everything. Gone? No. Changed. Everything changes. That's the point. One of the things that makes Gravity Falls genuinely unique among animated series is its commitment to hiding real, decodable messages in every single episode. These aren't Easter eggs in the traditional sense, decorative details that reward careful viewers with a smile of recognition. These are actual cryptographic puzzles that the show's creators embedded deliberately with specific messages, advancing the narrative in ways that required active audience participation to fully experience. Let's go through the cipher systems, how they work, and what the most important messages actually say. The Caesar Cipher is the simplest of the three main codes used throughout the series. It's a substitution cipher. Each letter is shifted a fixed number of positions in the alphabet. In Gravity Falls, the Caesar Cipher appears primarily in Season 1, typically at the end of episodes in the credits sequence. The shift number changes throughout the season, which is itself a message the codes are getting harder, the stakes are getting higher. The audience needs to work to keep up. Some of the most important Caesar Cipher messages from Season 1 include end credit encryptions that, when decoded, reveal things like Stan is not what he seems, which is, in retrospect, the most significant piece of foreshadowing in the entire first season, hidden in plain sight in every single episode's credits for anyone who bothered to look. Other messages hint at the existence of the author before that mystery is formally introduced as a plot point. Some messages reference Bill Cipher by name before Bill formally appears in the show. The codes are not supplementary content, they are part of the story, running parallel to the visual narrative in a layer that only engaged viewers can access. The @bash cipher. The @bash cipher reverses the alphabet, A becomes Z, B becomes Y, and so on. It appears in Season 1 alongside the Caesar cipher, often in different episodes or in different locations within the same episode. The @bash messages tend toward the more cryptic and suggestive. Where the Caesar messages often give relatively direct information, the @bash messages are sometimes philosophical, sometimes threatening, sometimes written from a perspective that is clearly not human. Several @bash encoded messages, when decoded, read in a voice that is recognizably Bill Cipher's casual, cheerful, menacing, suggesting that Bill was aware of and communicating through the show's Cipher system. This is a remarkable, creative choice. Bill Cipher, a character who exists within the show's fiction, is apparently aware that there's an audience watching, and is using the cipher codes to communicate directly with that audience. The fourth wall in Gravity Falls is permeable. Bill doesn't just break it, he treats it as another tool, the Visionaire Cipher. The Visionaire Cipher is the most complex of the three and appears primarily in Season 2. It's a polyalphabetic substitution cipher. Instead of a single shift, it uses a keyword that determines a different shift for each letter. This makes it significantly harder to crack without knowing the keyword. The keywords for the Visionaire Cipher messages in Season 2 are themselves part of the puzzle. Finding the keywords requires paying attention to specific details within the episodes, words spoken at particular moments, images that appear briefly, patterns in the visual composition of certain scenes. The keyword system means that cracking the Season 2 codes requires not just cryptographic skill, but genuine engagement with the show's content. The Season 2 Visionaire messages are, generally, more directly narrative than the Season 1 codes. They contain specific information about Bill's plans, about Ford's history, about the nature of the portal, about what is coming. They reward the most engaged segment of the audience with genuine plot advancement. The most important hidden messages. Several specific hidden messages deserve individual attention because of what they reveal and when they reveal. Early in Season 1, before Bill Cipher has been formally introduced, a Caesar Cipher message in the credits spells out a warning that translates roughly to, "He is watching." This appears in an episode where the only beings we know of that might be watching are Stan and the supernatural creatures of the forest. In context, it reads as atmospheric. In retrospect, knowing that Bill has been present in Gravity Falls long before his appearance in Dreamscapers, it's a genuinely chilling piece of foreshadowing. In Dreamscapers itself, when Bill first appears on screen, there are multiple layers of encoded text visible in different shots on the walls of the mindscape in the geometric patterns that constitute Bill's visual environment. These messages, decoded, contain fragments of what appears to be the original deal Bill made with Ford terms and conditions of a supernatural contract that the episode itself never fully explains. In the Not What He Seems episode, the one immediately preceding A Tale of Two Stans, the end credit cipher, when decoded, contains a message that effectively summarizes the entire Stan revelation before it happens. The message was there, in the episode, available to anyone who looked. The show trusted its audience to either solve it in advance and have the satisfaction of being right, or to solve it in retrospect and have the additional satisfaction of realizing the show had been telling them the whole time. The final episode contains a cipher that, when decoded, reads as a message from Alex Hirsch to the audience. It's personal and warm, and it acknowledges the journey the audience took alongside the show. It's the show's creator stepping out from behind the curtain and saying thank you in his own encoded language, because of course he does. Beyond the ciphers, Gravity Falls hides Bill Cipher's presence in its visual language throughout both seasons, in ways that reward obsessive rewatching. Bill's fundamental shape is a triangle with a single eye. And once you know to look for it, triangles and single-eye imagery appear constantly throughout the show, in backgrounds, in the geometry of set pieces, in the composition of shots. The most obvious version of this is in the title sequence, which contains multiple triangular shapes and a brief, easily missed flash of Bill's eye. But the show goes further than title sequence decoration. In several episodes, the geometric composition of shots during apparently normal scenes, shots of the Mystery Shack's interior, shots of the forest, shots of Gravity Falls' main street place triangular elements in positions that, if you're mapping where the camera is looking and how the shapes relate to each other, create Bill's form. This is either an extraordinary level of commitment to visual foreshadowing or an extraordinary coincidence. Given everything else Alex Hirsch did in the construction of this show, it is absolutely not a coincidence. More specific examples. The window above the door in the Mystery Shack's main room is triangular. The arrangement of trees visible from Dipper and Mabel's attic window, when you look at the negative space between them, forms a rough triangle. The shape of the portal in the basement, when active, creates an opening that, depending on the angle, reads as a single large eye. Bill is everywhere. He was always everywhere. The show was hiding him in every frame from the beginning. The Pines family history, as revealed across both seasons, is deeper and more complicated than any individual episode presents it. Let's lay out the complete timeline. Philbrick Pines, the patriarch. We see relatively little of Dipper and Mabel's great-grandfather, Stan and Ford's father, but what we see is crucial. Philbrick Pines is a small-time businessman with a genuine sharpness of mind and a corresponding lack of emotional intelligence. He loves his sons in the transactional way of a man who measures love in investment and return. When Ford wins the science fair and attracts academic attention, Philbrick sees the return on his investment in Ford's education and is satisfied. When Stan makes a bad deal that costs Ford a scholarship opportunity accidentally, without understanding the consequences, Philbrick's response is not to seek understanding. He kicks Stan out of the house. This is the original sin of the Pines family. Not Stan's mistake, which was genuine and accidental, not Ford's anger, which was understandable if excessive, but Philbrick's decision to respond to a family crisis by creating another one, by eliminating one son rather than repairing the relationship between them. The Pines family's dysfunction, the pride, the difficulty with emotional expression, the tendency to push people away rather than deal with conflict directly starts here. Philbrick modeled it, and his sons learned it. Stanford and Stanley, the 30-year gap, we've covered the broad outline of Stan and Ford's history, but there are details worth examining more closely. Stan's 30 years between Ford's disappearance and the events of the show are largely undocumented in the series itself. We get fragments, the grifts, the schemes, the various aliases and cons, the general pattern of a man moving constantly and building nothing permanent, but the emotional texture of those 30 years is mostly left to implication. What is implied is that Stan's entire existence during this period was organized around two things: surviving and getting Ford back. Everything else was instrumental to one or both of those goals. The Mystery Shack was a front that funded the research. The research was the point. The research was the only point. Think about what that means for Stan as a person. For 30 years, he had no genuine relationships because genuine relationships would require him to be honest, and he couldn't be honest without revealing what he was doing. He had no genuine home because home would require roots, and roots would require a real identity, and his real identity was the brother of a missing genius who had accidentally sent that genius to another dimension. He had no genuine future because his entire orientation was toward the past, toward the moment before the accident, toward getting things back to the way they should have been. Stan's cheerfulness, his banter, his performance of a man who doesn't particularly care about anything except money, all of it is armor. All of it is distance. All of it is a man who learned, young, that letting people see you truly was a vulnerability, and has spent his entire adult life making sure no one sees him truly, except Ford, except Dipper and Mabel, gradually, over one summer, except the people who cracked the armor without him entirely noticing it happening. Ford's interdimensional journey. When Ford fell through the portal, he didn't just disappear into an undifferentiated void. He traveled. For 30 years, He moved through dimensions, some wondrous, some terrifying, some indistinguishable from the physical world except for small, impossible details. Ford documented everything. He always documents everything. Somewhere in the multiverse, there are journals, Ford's interdimensional journals, that contain 30 years of exploration that make the 3 Gravity Falls journals look like an introduction. The show doesn't dwell on this period, but is important for understanding who Ford is when he returns. He's not the same man who fell through the portal. He's been alone for 30 years, in environments that would break most people. He's seen things that most humans can't imagine. He's developed survival skills and capabilities and knowledge that go far beyond anything his original research contained. He's also carrying 30 years of guilt about the portal, about what Bill almost achieved, about leaving Stan even though he didn't choose to leave, to deal with the aftermath alone. Ford is not a simple character. His return to Gravity Falls is not the triumphant homecoming of a hero, it's the complicated, messy, emotionally freighted return of someone who has been gone too long and doesn't quite know how to come back. Dipper and Mabel, nature and nurture the twins' parents are almost entirely absent from the show, which is a deliberate choice. Gravity Falls is about what the twins find when they're away from their regular environment, about what they discover about themselves and each other when the familiar scaffolding of home and school and normal life is removed. What we know about the twins' life before Gravity Falls is mainly inferential. Dipper was anxious, socially awkward, not fitting in. Mabel was enthusiastic and emotionally confident in ways that masked her own fears. They were close, unusually close, in the way of twins who have been each other's primary companions their whole lives. The summer in Gravity Falls changes both of them. Not dramatically, not with a single transformation, but accumulation, layer by layer, adventure by adventure. The summer adds something to both of them that will be there permanently. Dipper gains confidence. Not in the obvious external way, he doesn't become someone who doesn't feel anxiety, but he gains a deeper confidence in his own judgment, his own ability to navigate difficult situations, his own worth as a person that doesn't depend on others' approval. He learns that he is capable, not from a journal or a mentor, from the evidence of his own experience. Mabel gains something different, the understanding that her optimism is not naivety, it's a choice. There's a version of happiness that's just avoidance, the snow globe version, the version that refuses to acknowledge difficulty. And then there's the real version, which knows the difficulty and chooses joy anyway. Mabel moves from the first version to the second during the summer. She doesn't become less joyful, she becomes more honestly joyful. The supporting cast of Gravity Falls is one of the richest ensembles in animated television. Let's give each of the major supporting characters the full attention they deserve. Wendy Corduroy Wendy is 3 years older than Dipper, which is, in the context of 12 versus 15, an enormous social gap. She works at the Mystery Shack out of a combination of boredom and the limited employment options of a small town. And she has the confident, slightly reckless energy of someone who has grown up largely unsupervised. What the show eventually reveals about Wendy is that her confidence is harder won than it appears. The Corduroy family is chaotic. Her father is a massive, lumberjack-type figure who seems lovable, but whose parenting style has been, essentially, to throw Wendy into situations and let her figure them out. Wendy has developed competence and self-reliance because she had to. The relaxed confidence is real, but it was built on a foundation of having to manage a lot on her own. Wendy's relationship with Dipper is genuinely warm. She likes him. She finds his earnestness and his enthusiasm and his awkward sincerity genuinely endearing, in the way that a 15-year-old can appreciate a 12-year-old who is genuinely good without condescension. She treats him as a real friend, not as a mascot or a kid to be tolerated. Her handling of Dipper's confession in Into the Bunker is, as we discussed, one of the show's finest character moments. She doesn't perform kindness, she's actually kind, which is different and harder. In the Weirdmageddon arc, Wendy proves that her practical competence is not just attitude. She's been surviving in a post-apocalyptic Gravity Falls, leading a group of kids, holding things together with limited resources and pure force of practical capability. The confidence was always real. The situation just finally gave it the space to fully show. Sus Ramirez Sus is 22 years old, which makes him technically an adult working what is essentially a part-time handyman job for a small-town con artist tourist attraction. In a realistic character study, this might be grounds for concern. In Gravity Falls, it's grounds for one of the show's most generous and least judgmental character portraits. Sus is not failing at adulthood. Sus is doing adulthood in the way that works for him. He is loyal, competent within his abilities, emotionally generous, and happy genuinely, simply happy in a way that the show's more complicated characters sometimes achieve only momentarily and at great cost. The backstory we get in Blendin's game does not recast Sus's happiness as denial or delusion. It contextualizes it. Sus made a choice, perhaps not a fully conscious one, but a real choice nonetheless, to orient toward warmth and enthusiasm rather than toward the grief and abandonment his childhood could have defined him by. This choice is not naive, it's brave. Sus's relationship with Stan mirrors, in certain ways, the relationship between Dipper and Ford. Stan is a mentor figure who is not outwardly affectionate, who communicates through action rather than words, who shows care by continuing to show up rather than by saying caring things. Sus reads this correctly. He understands Stan's language, and he loves Stan without needing Stan to be different from how he is. When Stan gives Sus the mystery shack at the end of the series, it's not a grand gesture in the conventional sense. It's Stan speaking his language. This place is valuable to me, and I'm giving it to you, and that means what it means. And Sus, who has always understood Stan's language, receives it exactly as intended. Pacifica Northwest's arc is the show's most complete character transformation, and it earns every step of it. We've discussed the Belle, we've discussed Northwest Mansion Noir, but to fully understand Pacifica, we need to look at the complete picture of what she's dealing with. The Northwest family is wealthy, old money, established. Their position in Gravity Falls society is built on a founding myth, the Northwests, as the town's respected founding family that we know from Irrational Treasure to be largely fabricated. The Northwest appropriated someone else's founding story. Their entire identity is a lie, and somewhere beneath the conscious level, Pacifica has always known this. The Belle conditioning is not just about keeping Pacifica obedient, it's about keeping her from asking questions, from noticing the contradictions, from looking too closely at the foundation of the family's identity and seeing the cracks. Pacifica has been trained to perform compliance not because her parents are straightforwardly cruel, but because the alternative, a daughter who thinks for herself, who asks uncomfortable questions, who might, in some public context, say something that punctures the carefully maintained Northwest myth, is genuinely threatening to everything they've built. When Pacifica opens the gates in Northwest Mansion, Noir, she does more than defy her parents in a single moment. She begins the process of dismantling the identity she's been given and building one of her own. This process is barely started by the end of the series. She's 12 in season 2, and the Northwest name still has its power, and her parents are still her parents. But the process has begun. Pacifica Northwest looked at the Belle and felt the trained flinch and opened the gates anyway. That's where it starts. McGucket, a complete arc Fiddleford. McGucket's arc across the series is, taken in full, one of the most devastating and ultimately uplifting character journeys in the show. Start with who he was, a brilliant engineer from Tennessee, recruited by Ford as his assistant and collaborator on the Portal project. McGucket was not simply a helper, he was a genuine intellectual partner, someone whose practical engineering genius complemented Ford's theoretical physics in essential ways. Without McGucket, the portal might not have been built at all. McGucket was there when the portal first activated. He was the first person to see what came through, or rather, the first thing from the other side to look out through the portal and see into the physical world. What he saw was, in his own words, something he could not live with knowing, so he chose not to know. The first application of the memory gun was McGucket's own idea, applied to himself. He thought he could surgically remove just the specific memory of what he had seen, a clean excision, leaving everything else intact. But memory doesn't work like that. The trauma of the original experience kept reasserting itself. He applied the gun again and again and again. Over years, the cumulative damage fragmented his mind, connections broke, context disappeared. He retained flashes, images, emotions, fragments of technical knowledge, but without the structure to make sense of them. The brilliant engineer became the eccentric old man in the dump, muttering about things that no longer connected to anything. But here's what survived: his decency, his fundamental goodness, his warmth. These things, encoded more deeply than any specific memory, persisted through everything. The Fiddleford McGucket who emerges at the end of the show, restored, remembered, reunited with his son, is recognizably the same person who first came to Gravity Falls decades ago. The trauma and the memory loss could not erase who he was. The show's argument here is not sentimental. It's not claiming that love conquers all or that the past doesn't matter. It's making a specific, careful point. That character is deeper than memory. That who you are at your core is more durable than what happens to you. And that the path back from damage, while long and difficult, is real. Every great piece of storytelling has an argument, a position it's taking about the nature of human experience, a claim it's making about how the world works and what matters in it. Gravity Falls' argument is multifaceted, but its central elements can be identified. On knowledge and its costs, the show's most consistent philosophical engagement is with the question of what knowledge costs. Every significant character in Gravity Falls has a complicated relationship with the desire to know, and the show is careful not to resolve this question simply. Ford's obsessive pursuit of knowledge destroyed his relationship with his brother, nearly destroyed the world, and cost him 30 years of his life. The show does not present this as a reason not to pursue knowledge, but it presents it as an honest accounting of what can happen when the pursuit of knowledge becomes untethered from human connection and human responsibility. Dipper's arc is, in part, a careful navigation of the same temptation that destroyed Ford. Dipper wants to know everything. He is, in some ways, more like Ford than like Stan. The show repeatedly puts Dipper in situations where the choice is between knowing and caring, between the intellectual satisfaction of understanding something and the relational cost of pursuing that understanding. Dipper ultimately chooses caring. Not by abandoning knowledge, he never stops being curious, never stops wanting to understand, but by choosing Mabel over the apprenticeship, by consistently prioritizing the people he loves over the mysteries he wants to solve, he escapes the trap that caught Ford. The show's position is not that knowledge is bad, it's that knowledge pursued without love is ultimately self-defeating. The best knowing happens in connection with other people, not in isolation from them. On Growing Up Gravity Falls is about the end of childhood. This is its most explicit theme, the one Hirsch discussed most directly in interviews, the one written most clearly into the show's structure. The argument the show makes is subtle. Growing up is a loss, and that loss is real and should be grieved. And the grief is not a reason to try to stop it from happening. The snow globe is wrong not because Mabel's desire for things to stay the same is wrong, but because the thing she wants an eternal present, a permanent summer. A frozen version of happiness is not actually happiness. It just looks like happiness from far enough away. Real happiness, the show argues, is inseparable from change. The summer was wonderful because it was a summer, because it had a beginning and is going to have an end, and everything that happened in it happened against the backdrop of time passing. If it never ended, it wouldn't be the same thing. It would be something else, something less. This is a genuinely sophisticated argument about the nature of experience, and the show makes it without condescension and without false comfort. Yes, summer ends. Yes, childhood ends. Yes, things change and some things are lost in the changing. But the loss is part of the thing you love, not separate from it. To want the thing without the loss is to want something that isn't actually the thing. On Family, the show's deepest engagement is with family specifically, with what families owe each other and how families survive their own worst moments. The Pines family is defined by its failures as much as its successes. Philbrick's failure as a father created the conditions for Stan and Ford's estrangement. Stan and Ford's failure to communicate honestly cost them decades. Ford's intellectual pride cost him his relationship with his brother before it cost him anything else. These failures are presented clearly, honestly, without softening. But the show's argument is that failure is not the end of the story. That the damage families do to each other is real and lasting and genuine, and that it can be not undone, but worked through. That the 30-year gap between Stan and Ford is not erased by the finale's reconciliation, but that the reconciliation is real anyway. That you can love people who hurt you and hurt people you love and still somehow be a family. The most honest expression of this comes in the finale, when Stan sacrifices his memories and Ford realizes, fully and completely for the first time, what his brother actually did for him. Not just the portal operation, the 30 years, the decades of love and sacrifice and silence. Stan never told Ford any of it. Not because he wanted credit. Stan specifically didn't want credit, didn't want to be seen, didn't want to be that vulnerable. He just did it. And Ford, who has spent his whole life being the brilliant one, the exceptional one, the one whose mind and capability set him apart, Ford understands in that moment that his brother, the grifter, the con man, the school dropout who could never match his intellectual achievements, his brother may be the more extraordinary person. This is the show's deepest act of generosity toward its characters. Stan is not validated by becoming exceptional. He's validated by being exactly who he is. A stubborn, loving, complicated man who refused to give up on his brother for 30 years for no reward and no recognition, just because it was right. Gravity Falls contains one of the most inventive collections of supernatural creatures in animated television. Let's go through the significant ones and what they contribute to the show's world building. The Gnomes. The Gnomes of Gravity Falls are the first supernatural creatures we encounter, and they establish the show's tone perfectly. Supernatural and genuinely dangerous, but also deeply, fundamentally silly. They form elaborate human-shaped constructs from their combined bodies. They want a queen. They sneeze rainbows. They are terrifying and ridiculous in equal measure. The gnome's desire for a queen is, on one level, comedy. On another level, it's the first expression of the show's interest in possession and identity, the question of whether someone can be absorbed into a role, a costume, an expectation that isn't truly them. Mabel rejects the role of queen not just because gnomes are gross, but because she's Mabel, and Mabel doesn't let anyone else define who she is. The Shapeshifter. The Shapeshifter from Into the Bunker is one of the show's most genuinely frightening creations. A being with no fixed form, capable of perfect mimicry, trapped in Ford's bunker, because its existence poses too great a risk to let it roam free. The Shapeshifter's horror is the horror of identity dissolution. When it takes Dipper's form, the terror isn't just that it looks like Dipper, it's that it is, in every externally visible way, identical to Dipper. There is no way to know from the outside which Dipper is real. The show is asking, if the performance is identical, is the identity also identical? And its answer that the real Dipper is real regardless of whether an impersonator exists is more philosophically substantial than it might appear. The Shapeshifter also has knowledge it shouldn't. It knows about the author. It knows things that imply a longer connection to Gravity Falls and its secrets than its imprisonment would suggest. Where did it get this knowledge? The show doesn't fully explain, but the implication is that the Shapeshifter, like many of the supernatural creatures in Gravity Falls, has a history with the town that predates its appearance in the show. The Manitors. We've discussed the Manitors in the context of Dipper's masculinity arc. Aesthetically, they're one of the show's most committed comic creations. Enormous, hyperbolically muscular, obsessively dedicated to a parody of tough guy masculinity that extends to their entire culture and value system. But the Manitors also contribute to the show's world building in an interesting way. They exist apparently in a society. They have culture, hierarchy, traditions, values. They're not just monsters. They're a community. A weird, aggressive, slightly terrifying community, but a community. This pattern, supernatural beings as cultures, rather than just threats, recurs throughout the series and builds the sense that Gravity Falls exists within a larger supernatural ecosystem. The Gyphon, Multibear the Multibear, from Dipper vs. Manliness, is worth specific attention because it's the episode's moral center. The Multibear is a creature with multiple bear heads, who is, apparently, condemned by the Manitar culture for the terrible crime of listening to music they consider unacceptable. Dipper is supposed to defeat the multi-bear as his final test of Manatar worthiness. He can't do it. Not because the multi-bear defeats him physically, but because the multi-bear is not the thing the Manitars say it is. It's not monstrous, it's just different. It likes things the Manitars don't approve of. It refuses to pretend otherwise. The multi-bear is, in miniature, a portrait of anyone who has ever been condemned by their community for refusing to perform the identity that community demands. And Dipper's refusal to hurt it, the choice that cost him the Manator's approval, is the episode's genuine moral climax. Time Baby. Time Baby is, conceptually, one of the show's most absurd creations. An enormous infant who is the supreme ruler of the time-space continuum, presiding over a future civilization and served by time agents like Blendin. But Time Baby is also the show's most direct acknowledgement that its universe contains cosmological stakes. The time-space continuum exists. It can be governed, it can be disrupted. The version of Gravity Falls universe that contains Time Baby is one where the laws of physics are genuinely malleable and the consequences of getting them wrong extend beyond the merely local. Time Baby's destruction during Weirdmageddon, he's obliterated by Bill Cipher, almost casually, in a moment that establishes just how absolutely Bill's power overwhelms conventional authority, is one of the show's most effective uses of its cosmological scale. The being that rules time itself is nothing to Bill. The rules don't apply to Bill. The rules never apply to Bill. The undead zombies and ghosts. The show's treatment of the undead is interesting for its consistency. Gravity Falls zombies, as seen in Scary-oke, are not sympathetic monsters. They're dangerous, mindless, and need to be stopped. The show doesn't ask you to feel bad for them, but the show's ghosts are different. Archibald Corduroy in Northwest Mansion Noir is a ghost defined by his grievance, a legitimate wrong that was never made right. His haunting is not malevolence for its own sake. It's the specific, pointed haunting of someone who was betrayed and never saw justice. This distinction between supernatural threats that are simply dangerous and supernatural threats that have human origins and human grievances is one of the ways Gravity Falls builds moral complexity into its world. Not everything dangerous is evil. Not everything evil is inhuman. The most dangerous things in Gravity Falls Bill Cipher, certainly, but also the ghosts, the grudges, the old betrayals have human roots. We touched on the Society of the Blind Eye earlier. Let's go deeper. The Society was founded, as best as can be determined from the show's information, during the period when Ford was actively researching Gravity Falls, possibly as a response to the increasing frequency of supernatural events that his research may have inadvertently amplified. The founding principle was mercy, the mercy of not knowing. The founders believed, sincerely, that the residents of Gravity Falls were better off not being burdened with knowledge of the supernatural, that the memory gun was a kindness, that removing the traumatic experiences of those who had encountered something they couldn't process was a humanitarian act. This belief is worth taking seriously, because the show takes it seriously. It doesn't present the Society as straightforwardly villainous. It presents them as people who made a particular philosophical choice that ignorance is kinder than truth, and then lived within the consequences of that choice for a long time. The problem, of course, is that this choice requires them to make decisions for other people without those people's consent. The people whose memories are erased don't choose to have their memories erased. They don't know what's happening, and whatever mercy is being performed on them is being performed without their knowledge or agreement. This is the Society's fundamental ethical failure, and the show identifies it clearly. The mercy they're offering is the mercy of a parent who lies to protect a child, well-intentioned, possibly even kind in the short term, but ultimately disrespectful of the person being lied to. It treats the townspeople as incapable of handling truth, and that treatment, maintained over years and generations, has contributed to Gravity Falls' cultural pattern of willful ignorance. The Society didn't just erase specific memories, they helped build a culture of not knowing. McGucket's role in the Society is the most tragic element of this story. He wasn't just a subject of the Society's work, he was a member. He participated in erasing others' memories. He did this while simultaneously, compulsively, erasing his own. The man who built the portal, who saw what came through it, who understood better than almost anyone what was at stake, he spent decades actively working to ensure that no one, including himself, would have to carry that knowledge. The show doesn't condemn McGucket for this, it understands him. The thing he saw when the portal first activated was, by his own account, something no human mind should have to carry. His response, however destructive in its cumulative effect, was a very human response to an inhuman burden. We've discussed Bill Cipher at length, but let's get into the specific mythology of what he is, because the show, across both seasons, builds an unusually coherent picture of Bill's nature and origin. Bill is a 2D being. This is not just a visual choice, it's a cosmological statement. He exists in fewer dimensions than the physical world, which is why his manifestation in the physical world requires a host. He is, in a literal sense, a being of less substance than the world he wants to inhabit. This is interesting because it inverts the usual horror logic. Bill is not more than us. He is less than us, dimensionally speaking. His power comes not from having more, but from being different, from existing outside the constraints that govern physical beings, from being able to access and manipulate the mindscape in ways that physical beings cannot. Bill's history, as he tells it, involves a civilization, a society of 2D beings in a flat dimension that he destroyed. He erased everything. His home, his history, his people. He did this not in anger or grief, but in enthusiasm. He wanted to be free of limits, and his own civilization was a limit. This backstory has significant implications for how we read the rest of Bill's actions. He's not pursuing a goal in the conventional sense, not power, not survival, not revenge. He's pursuing a feeling, the feeling of everything being open, the feeling of no limits, no constraints, no rules. Weirdmageddon is not a plan, it's a preference. Bill wants the world to feel like the moment after he destroyed his home dimension, endlessly, forever. The show never gives us a perspective from inside that destroyed civilization. We have only Bill's account, and Bill is not a reliable narrator. But the implication that Bill's freedom came at the cost of an entire people gives the character a depth that goes beyond the standard chaos demon archetype. Bill is a survivor. He's the only survivor of his own making. And everything he does is, in some sense, the behavior of something that has never had to account for the cost of its actions, because it destroyed everyone who might have held it accountable. Ford spent 30 years traveling through dimensions between his fall through the portal and his return in season 2. This period is largely undocumented in the show, but the fragments we get, the weapons he carries, the knowledge he demonstrates, the physical and psychological marks of his experiences allow us to construct a picture. Ford encountered, in his travels, versions of the same fundamental conflict that defines the Gravity Falls story, the conflict between order and chaos, between beings who want to preserve and protect and beings who want to tear down and transform. He met entities, some friendly, some hostile, who knew about Bill Cipher, who feared Bill Cipher, whose civilizations had been touched or destroyed by Bill's influence. This is important. Bill is not contained to Gravity Falls or to one dimension. He has a presence, a reputation, a history that extends across multiple dimensions. The beings who warned Ford about him, who gave him the specific knowledge he has about Bill's weaknesses, Bill's motivations, Bill's long-term plan, did so because they had seen what Bill does up close. Ford's weapons, demonstrated briefly in Season 2, are specifically designed for dealing with supernatural threats of the kind that appear in Gravity Falls and across the dimensions he traveled. He has spent 30 years preparing for exactly the confrontation that Weirdmageddon represents. He is, in a sense, the most prepared person on Earth for the apocalypse that arrives. And yet, and this is the show's most pointed observation about Ford, all of his preparation, all of his weapons, all of his interdimensional experience, is not what defeats Bill. What defeats Bill is Stan's willingness to sacrifice himself. Stan, who knows nothing about dimensional physics, who couldn't crack a cipher to save his life, who has spent 30 years doing something Ford could never have managed, loving his brother quietly and completely without needing anything in return. Ford's 30 years produced knowledge. Stan's 30 years produced love. And in the final confrontation, it is love that wins. We've covered the major arc moments and character studies in depth. Now let's go through the remaining significant episodes of both seasons with the level of detail they deserve, examining not just what happens, but what each episode contributes to the show's larger mythology, thematic architecture, and character development. Episode 1x4, The Hand That Rocks the Mabel. This is the Gideon introduction episode, and it's worth examining carefully because Gideon is introduced with extraordinary precision. He's presented initially as charming a child entertainer with genuine showmanship and apparent psychic ability. The audience, like the characters, is meant to find him initially appealing. The reveal of Gideon's true nature comes in stages. First, we see his entitlement, his assumption that Mabel will become his girlfriend because he wants her to, because what Gideon wants, Gideon gets. Then his manipulation, the way he uses his public persona and his family's social position to make Mabel's refusal seem unreasonable. Then, finally, his genuine threat, the amulet that gives him real supernatural power, which he is completely willing to use against a child who rejected his romantic advances. The amulet Gideon uses is a telekinetic focus device, not something he invented or understood, but something he found and learned to operate. This is the show establishing early that Gideon's power is borrowed, not innate. He is dangerous not because he is special, but because he has access to things he shouldn't. This distinction will matter when the show eventually reveals how Gideon came to have Journal 2. The episode also establishes Mabel's approach to conflict. She is not passive. When she understands that Gideon is not what he presented himself as, she doesn't wait for rescue. She makes her own decision. She tells him no. And when he escalates to supernatural violence, she deals with it. Mabel's emotional intelligence is matched by a practical directness that the show consistently respects. Episode 1x5, The Inconveniencing. The Haunted Convenience Store episode is one of the most purely fun episodes of the first season, but it contains a detail that deserves attention. The Summerween Trickster, while not the main supernatural threat of this episode, is referenced in passing in a way that establishes Gravity Falls' unique calendar of supernatural events. More importantly, this episode deepens the Wendy relationship by showing Dipper making a genuine mistake, trying to impress her by pretending to be older and braver than he is, and then having to live with the consequences. The lesson is not that pretending to be something you're not is bad because it doesn't work. The lesson is more subtle, that Wendy actually likes Dipper as he is, and his attempt to perform a different version of himself was unnecessary and ultimately insulting to both of them. This is the show's consistent position on authenticity. You don't have to perform for the people who actually care about you. The performance is only necessary for people whose approval you don't actually have yet, and if you get approval through performance, you haven't actually gotten what you wanted. Episode 1.6, Dipper versus Manliness. We've covered this one extensively, but there's a detail worth adding. The episode's B-plot involves Stan attempting various recreational activities and failing at all of them before discovering his genuine enjoyment of exercise. This subplot is funnier than it sounds, but it also contributes to the season-long portrait of Stan as a man who has lost track of who he actually is beneath the performance. Stan knows how to be a con man. He knows how to be intimidating. He knows how to be funny in a deflecting, disarming way. What he doesn't know, apparently, is what he actually enjoys. What he actually wants for himself, separate from the performance. The discovery that he likes lifting weights is small but genuine. It's Stan encountering himself without the armor for a moment and finding something real. Episode 110.7, Double Dipper. Beyond the identity themes we discussed, this episode contains the first significant development of Dipper's feelings for Wendy in a context that shows his anxiety about self-worth. He doesn't think the real him is good enough. He wants to optimize himself to create the best possible version of himself before presenting himself to Wendy. This is, again, the performance problem. Dipper wants to be loved for a better version of himself rather than accepted as he is. And the episode, through the chaos of the copies, demonstrates the futility of this approach. The copies can't replace Dipper because they don't have Dipper's specific, irreplaceable self. But Dipper can't see this until the copies are gone and he's left with just himself. The episode ends without resolution of Dipper's feelings for Wendy, that's for Into the Bunker, but it establishes the nature of his anxiety with clarity. He is not afraid of rejection. He is afraid that the real him is unworthy of what he wants. Episode 1x8, Irrational Treasure, covered in depth earlier. What's worth adding here is the episode's final scene, where Dipper and Mabel are given official government documentation confirming the existence of Quentin Tremblay, and Stan, glancing at the documents, has a reaction that is very carefully, not quite fear, not quite recognition, but something in between. Stan has been using Ford's identity for years. The existence of official government documentation of hidden historical figures, the existence of a government apparatus capable of classifying and covering up entire people, is relevant to Stan in a way it isn't relevant to anyone else in the scene. The show doesn't call attention to this. It just includes it for viewers who are paying the right kind of attention. Episode 1x9, The Time Traveler's Pig. This episode introduces time travel into the Gravity Falls universe and does something interesting with it. It shows Dipper using time travel to try to fix a small personal mistake, accidentally hitting Wendy in the face with a ball at the mystery fair, and discovering that fixing the small mistake creates a larger problem. Structure is a comedy of escalating consequences, but the thematic content is about the danger of trying to optimize the past. Every time Dipper goes back to fix things, something else goes wrong. The past is not a draft to be edited. It's a sequence of events that are all connected, and pulling on one thread changes everything attached to it. More importantly, the episode introduces Blendin, the hapless time agent whose terrible day becomes the running gag and the setup for Blendin's game later in the season. Blendin is one of those Gravity Falls supporting characters who seems like pure comedy but is actually carrying genuine thematic weight. He's a person whose professional failures have defined his entire existence, who responds to repeated humiliation with increasingly desperate attempts to restore his dignity. He's pathetic and sympathetic in equal measure, and the show is kind to him in the end. The emotional heart of the episode is the reveal that Dipper's time travel experiments have accidentally prevented Waddles, Mabel's beloved pet pig, from being won at their fair. When Dipper has to choose between his own interest, fixing the Wendy situation, and Mabel's happiness, he chooses Mabel without hesitation. It's a small moment, but it's the show's first explicit demonstration of the twins' hierarchy of values. Each other first, always. Episode 1, X10, Fight Fighters. The video game fighter come to life episode is primarily a comedy, but it contains one of the season's most honest conversations about fear. Dipper, rather than admit to Robbie that he's afraid of fighting him, conjures a video game champion to fight on his behalf. When this creates its own chaos, Dipper eventually has to confront the fact that he was afraid, and that being afraid is not the same as being a coward. Rumble McSkirmish, the video game fighter, has a philosophy that is a parody of action movie machismo, but also, in its own way, a sincere critique of cultures that treat fear as shameful. His entire worldview is organized around the idea that strength means not feeling fear. The episode's conclusion that acknowledging fear is itself a form of courage is not a new insight, but the show makes it feel earned rather than cliched. The Robbie subplot establishes Robbie as a more sympathetic character than his initial appearances suggested. He's not just an obstacle in Dipper's Wendy-related schemes, he's a teenager dealing with his own anxieties about relationships and self-worth. The show is careful to give even its minor antagonists enough interiority that they feel like people rather than functions. Episode 1x11, Little Dipper. The episode where Gideon obtains the size-changing flashlight and captures the twins is notable primarily for what it reveals about Gideon's psychology. His plan, when he has Dipper and Mabel at his mercy, is not to hurt them, it's to humiliate them. To make them small, literally and figuratively. To reverse the power dynamic that has repeatedly frustrated him. Gideon wants to be respected, desperately. Everything he does is in service of being seen as powerful and significant. When Dipper and Mabel have thwarted his plans, when the town has laughed at him, when Mabel has rejected him, these are not just inconveniences. They are existential threats to the identity he has constructed. This psychology makes Gideon comprehensible as a villain in a way that pure evil never is. He's not evil because evil is his nature. He's destructive because he is afraid of being small, afraid of being ordinary, afraid of being nothing. His supernatural ambitions are, at their core, the ambitions of a terrified child who learned that power was the only thing that made him feel safe. Episode 1x12, Summerween. The Summerween episode is one of the most purely enjoyable episodes of the season, and it also contains what is, on rewatch, one of the show's most emotionally significant subplots. Dipper wants to go to a teenage party with Wendy instead of trick-or-treating with Mabel. This is presented as a Dipper wants to be mature subplot, which it is. But underneath it is something more specific. Dipper is starting to feel the pressure of the passage of time. He's 12. He's aware of social norms around what 12-year-olds are supposed to want and how they're supposed to behave. The pull toward the teenage party is the pull toward the future, toward being older, toward leaving childhood behind. He doesn't go to the party. He goes trick-or-treating with Mabel. And the episode rewards this choice with one of their best shared adventures. But the moment of temptation is real, and it's the show's first significant signal that the end of childhood is already beginning to be felt. The Summerween Trickster, a monster made of rejected candy, is one of the season's more philosophically loaded supernatural creatures. A being literally composed of things that were deemed not good enough, that were thrown away, that nobody wanted. Its desire to eat those who don't feel the Halloween spirit is the desire of the discarded to take revenge on those who discarded them. It's a bit on the nose. It's also genuinely affecting. Episode 1x13, Boss Mabel covered earlier. Additional note, the episode's resolution, Mabel admitting that Stan's management style, however unpleasant, produced results, is one of the season's more honest moments about the difference between being nice and being effective. The show doesn't endorse Stan's approach, but it acknowledges that approach's effectiveness with a directness that prevents the episode from becoming a simple morality tale. Episode 1x14, Bottomless Pit. The anthology structure of this episode allows the show to do something it rarely does: tell purely comic stories without significant emotional or mythological stakes. The three stories within the episode are comedies of personality, each one exaggerating a character's defining trait to absurdist extremes. Stan's story, where his voice becomes a child's, is the funniest. But there's a serious moment in it that deserves mention. At one point, speaking in his unintentionally honest child's voice, Stan says something genuinely affectionate about the twins, catches himself, and immediately deflects back into the performance. It's maybe 3 seconds of screen time. It is everything you need to know about how Stan processes love. Episode 1x15, The Deep End, the Merman episode. Primarily important for establishing Mabel as someone whose romantic generosity extends even to beings who aren't human. Mabel's willingness to help Mermando the Merman escape captivity at genuine personal cost, including having to give up her new crush, establishes a principle. Mabel loves freely and lets go gracefully. She doesn't hold on to things past their natural end. This quality will become enormously significant in the finale when Mabel has to choose between holding on to the snow globe summer forever and accepting the natural end of the real one. The seeds of her ability to make the right choice are planted here, in a comedy episode about a merman and a swimming pool. Episode 1x16, Carpet Diem covered in depth earlier. Episode 1x17, Boys Crazy, the episode where Mabel discovers that her favorite boy band is artificially created cloned performers rather than genuine artists, and has to decide how to respond to this information. The comedy around this is excellent, but the underlying question is genuinely interesting. Does the origin of art matter to the experience of it? If the performance is real, even if the performers aren't what they claim to be, is the emotional response to that performance legitimate? Mabel's answer is characteristically Mabel. The music was good and it made her happy, and the fact that the band members were clones doesn't retroactively unmake her happiness. She's not dismissing the ethical concerns. She's prioritizing the genuine experience of joy over the theoretical purity of its source. This is Mabel's epistemology in miniature. Experiences are real, feelings are valid, and the framework you use to evaluate them should serve the experiences rather than override them. The episode also contains a significant Wendy subplot involving her ex-boyfriend Robbie that reveals more about Wendy's inner life than any previous episode. She is not as casual and unbothered as she presents. She has feelings that she also performs away with different techniques than Stan, but for similar reasons. Episode 1x18, Land Before Swine, the episode where a pterodactyl takes Waddles, Mabel's pig. The comedy is excellent, and the action sequence in the underground dinosaur world is one of the season's visual highlights. But the episode's emotional payload is Stan's relationship with Waddles, specifically his gradual, reluctant development of genuine affection for an animal he initially resented. Stan's affection for Waddles, once established, is one of the season's most reliable sources of genuine warmth. Stan loves things more than he admits. He is constitutionally incapable of saying this directly. But the love is there, expressed in action rather than words, visible to anyone who looks for it. Episode 1x19, Dreamscaperers, the first appearance of Bill Cipher. This is arguably the most important single episode of Season 1 in terms of mythology, and we've covered the Bill Cipher mythology extensively. But let's look specifically at what this episode establishes about the Mindscape. The Mindscape, the internal world of someone's thoughts and memories, is presented here as a fully realized environment. It has geography, physics of a sort, and internal logic. When Dipper, Mabel, and Suze enter Stan's mind, they encounter his memories as physical locations, places they can visit and explore. This world building has enormous implications. If the Mindscape is a real place with real structure, then what Bill does in the Mindscape is not just metaphorical. When Bill reads memories, when Bill makes deals within dreams, when Bill possesses a host, these are physical actions with physical locations. The inside of someone's head is a place you can go to and a place someone can come in from. This makes the violation of the Mindscape something more than a psychological metaphor. It's a literal invasion. And Ford's relationship with Bill, which began in the Mindscape in dreams, was a literal relationship with a being who lived in his head. Stan's memories as we see them are revealing. There are memories of a brother, there are memories that are locked behind doors, deliberately inaccessible, hidden even within his own mind. There are memories of loneliness and loss alongside memories of joy. Stan's Mindscape is complicated, layered, full of things he has worked very hard not to think about. And at the center of it all, the thing Stan has protected most carefully, the truth of what he is doing and why. Episodes 1x20, Gideon Rises Parts 1 and 2, the Season 1 finale, covered in its arc context earlier. Additional note, the reveal that Gideon had journaled to all along retroactively recontextualizes his entire arc. He was not just a child with a telekinetic amulet and an inflated sense of self-importance. He was, to some extent, doing the same thing Dipper was doing, using the knowledge of the journals to navigate and exploit Gravity Falls' supernatural landscape. The difference is entirely in motivation and method. Dipper uses the journal to understand and protect. Gideon uses his journal to take and control. But both of them are, in a sense, students of the same text, working from the same source material toward completely opposite ends. This parallel the good student and the bad student of the same curriculum will find its ultimate expression in Season 2's exploration of what Ford's knowledge does in different hands. Episode 2x1, Scary-oke, covered in context. Additional note, the government agents, Powers and Trigger are interesting not just as plot devices, but as character studies in institutional skepticism. They have been sent to investigate genuine supernatural phenomena, and they have developed, through years of experience with false reports and hoaxes, a default position of disbelief. This default position protects them from most false positives, but also means they nearly miss the real thing. The episode is making a point about the relationship between expertise and openness. The agents know a great deal about paranormal investigation, but their knowledge has given them a framework that makes them resistant to evidence that doesn't fit the framework. They're too smart to be fooled by hoaxes and too sophisticated to easily believe in genuine phenomena. This is the show's recurring concern about how intelligence can become its own obstacle to truth. Ford had the same problem. Dipper has it sometimes. Knowing a lot about something can make you less capable of seeing it fresh. Episode 2x2, Into the Bunker, covered extensively. Additional note, the bunker's design deserves more attention than we've given it. Ford built this facility as a containment and research installation. It's equipped for long-term habitation, scientific research, and the secure containment of dangerous supernatural entities. It's not just a hideout. It's a professional laboratory built to specific specifications. The level of preparation the bunker represents tells us something important about Ford's state of mind during the period when he built it. He was not casually exploring. He was engaged in serious, systematic research with clear safety protocols. This is a man who understood that what he was doing was dangerous and took that seriously, and yet he still made the catastrophic error of trusting Bill, which tells us that Bill's manipulation was not the manipulation of a careless or credulous person. It was the manipulation of someone who took serious precautions against exactly that kind of manipulation and still fell for it. Episode 2X3, The Gulf War, covered in context. The episode's most interesting background detail is the glimpse we get of Pacifica's home life, the formality, the expectation, the carefully managed public image. Everything about the Northwest household is performance. The show is very careful to show us the performance before it shows us what the performance is hiding. Episode 2X4, Sock Opera. The sock opera episode is where Bill Cipher possesses Dipper's body, and it is one of the most disturbing episodes of the series precisely because of how it handles the possession. When Bill is in Dipper's body, he is clearly and obviously Bill. He makes Bill's gestures, speaks with Bill's cadences, expresses Bill's casual contempt for physical existence, but he looks like Dipper. He has Dipper's face, Dipper's voice, Dipper's body, and watching something not Dipper in Dipper's form is genuinely unsettling in a way that the show fully commits to. What Bill does with Dipper's body, including throwing it downstairs, deliberately damaging it because he doesn't care about it, treating Dipper's physical self as disposable, is a form of violation that the show doesn't soften. This is Bill telling us exactly who he is. He has no respect for physical existence. He has no respect for the beings whose bodies he inhabits. Everything is a tool. Everything is disposable. Mabel's response to this is the episode's emotional core. She makes a deal of her own, sacrifices her puppet show, which she has worked on for days and cares about deeply, to give Dipper's body back, and she does this before she fully understands what's happening. She sees her brother in distress and she acts. The deal comes before the explanation. This is Mabel at her most heroic, in the show's particular definition of heroism. Not calculated sacrifice, not strategic thinking, but immediate, unconditional response to someone she loves being in danger. The episode ends with Dipper's journal destroyed, burned by Bill before leaving his body. The journal that has been Dipper's primary tool for the entire season. It's gone. And what this means for Dipper's research, for the mythology, for what comes next is part of what propels the second half of season 2. Episode 2X5, Suze and the Real Girl. The episode where Suze falls in love with a dating simulation, and the simulation develops genuine artificial intelligence and genuine possessive feelings for him. This episode is primarily played for comedy, but it touches on something genuinely interesting. The question of what constitutes a real relationship. The simulation Giffany is not human and is not real in the conventional sense. But her feelings, her desire for Suze's attention, her jealousy of his human relationships, these are, within the show's logic, real. They produce real effects. They cause real harm. The show doesn't conclude that artificial relationships are inherently inferior. It concludes that Giffany's particular relationship with Suze is harmful because its exclusive and controlling qualities that would make any relationship harmful, artificial or otherwise. The problem is not what Giffany is, it's how she loves. For Suze, the episode is about his fear that he's not capable of connecting with real people, that the simulation is as good as he can do. The resolution gives him that confidence back, in characteristic Gravity Falls fashion. Through chaos and supernatural crisis, and a genuinely sweet moment in which a real person chooses him. Episode 2X6, Little Gift Shop of Horrors, another anthology episode, similar in structure to Bottomless Pit, less mythologically significant than most season 2 episodes, but worth mentioning for the segment where time is slowed to a crawl, a visual and experiential demonstration of what it would feel like for time to stop. Given the show's ongoing engagement with time as a theme, this segment reads as more than just a comedic what if. Episode 2x7, Society of the Blind Eye, covered extensively. One additional detail, the memory gun itself is one of Ford's inventions. He built it, which means Ford created the tool that McGucket used to destroy his own mind. The show doesn't explicitly draw this connection in dialogue, but it's there in the background, another consequence of Ford's research that he couldn't fully anticipate. Episode 2x8, Blendin's game, covered in the Sue's character analysis. Additional note, the episode's climax, where Dipper and Mabel successfully win the gladiatorial competition and use their wish to give Suze a good memory of his childhood birthday specifically, a visit from Stan, who comes and celebrates with young Suze when his father doesn't show, is one of the season's most quietly devastating moments. Stan doesn't know he's going to do this. The Dipper and Mabel who arrange it are from the future. The Stan who actually makes the visit is acting on information he doesn't know he has, showing up because he was told to, not because he understood why. And yet he does show up. He's there. And for young Suze, that's everything. The implication is that Stan has always been there for Suze in ways he didn't fully understand. That the relationship between them, which Stan probably thinks of as employment and Suze thinks of as family, was shaped by a time travel intervention that Stan never knew about. This is the show's most explicit use of time travel to make a point about love. Sometimes love shows up through channels you don't fully understand, and it's real anyway. Episode 2x9, The Love God, covered in context. Worth adding, the Love God himself, a supernatural being who traffics in love potions and exists as a kind of anthropomorphized matchmaking force, is one of the show's most interesting minor characters, precisely because he's so unromantic about love. He deals in the commodity of human feeling with complete pragmatism. Love, to him, is a product, supply and demand. He has no illusions about what he sells. This characterization is funnier and darker than it might first appear. The being most directly associated with love in Gravity Falls has reduced it to economics. In contrast, the actual love in the show, between Stan and Ford, between the twins, between Suze and the people who matter to him, is impossible to commodify. The Love God's product is a simulacrum. The real thing is outside his business model entirely. Episode 2x10, Northwest Mansion Noir, covered extensively. This episode is, in retrospect, the most important non-finale episode of Season 2. Every significant thing about its content, Pacifica's arc, the Northwest family's history, the nature of haunting as a response to unacknowledged wrong pays forward into the finale and into the show's larger argument about what accountability looks like. Episode 2x11, Not What He Seems, the episode that immediately precedes A Tale of Two Stands and functions as its first act. This is the most suspenseful episode of the series, a sustained piece of dramatic tension built entirely around the question of whether Stan is trustworthy. The episode is structured to make Stan look as guilty as possible. The agents have evidence that suggests Stan has been lying about everything. The journals point towards something dangerous. The portal is activated, and Stan, rather than explain, keeps insisting that the twins need to trust him without giving them any reason to do so that he hasn't already undermined. Mabel's decision to pull the switch to trust Stan in the moment when everything suggests she shouldn't, based purely on her emotional certainty that he loves them, is the episode's climax. And it's interesting that it's Mabel who makes this call, not Dipper, who is the analyst who would normally be the one evaluating evidence and making decisions. Dipper, confronted with the evidence, cannot trust Stan. The evidence is too damning. Mabel trusts Stan because she loves him and because her emotional intelligence tells her that the love is real and reciprocal. She doesn't have evidence, she has feeling. And she's right. This is the show's most direct statement about the limits of analysis and the validity of emotional knowledge. Dipper's analytical approach, so valuable in so many contexts, fails here. What succeeds is Mabel's capacity to feel something true that the evidence is obscuring. Episode 2x12, A Tale of Two Stands, covered in full earlier, the most important episode. Full stop. Episode 2X13, Dungeons, Dungeons, and More Dungeons. The episode where Ford and Dipper bond over an elaborate fantasy game while Mabel and Stan deal with a creature from the game that escapes into reality. This episode is more important than its comedy premise suggests. It's the first time we see Ford and Dipper's mentorship relationship functioning warmly and genuinely. Two intellectual peers who have found each other, the young one's enthusiasm and the older one's knowledge meeting in something like joy. But the episode is also careful to show the cost of this bond. While Dipper and Ford are absorbed in their game, Mabel and Stan are dealing with the actual crisis. And Stan's observation that Dipper is starting to become more like Ford than like himself is not entirely wrong. Ford's influence on Dipper is real and not entirely positive. Ford's consuming intellectual passion, his tendency to prioritize knowledge over people, his isolation, these are qualities that Dipper has in embryonic form and that Ford's mentorship risks amplifying. The episode doesn't make this explicit. It plants it carefully for the careful viewer and lets it develop in the remaining episodes. Episode 2X14, The Stanchurian Candidate. The political episode Stan runs for mayor of Gravity Falls with a supernatural assist. This episode is primarily comedy and political satire, but it contains a significant moment for the Ford-Stan relationship. A scene where Stan and Ford briefly forget their conflict and work together naturally, and both of them register this with something complicated on their faces. They remember, in that moment, what it was like before, what they could have been, what they should have been. The show doesn't linger on this. It moves on, but is there. Episode 2, X15, The Last Mabelcorn. Mabel tries to get a unicorn's hair for a protection spell, and the unicorn who grants blessings only to the pure of heart tells her she is not pure enough. This sends Mabel into a crisis about her own moral worth, and the episode spends time letting her genuinely wrestle with whether she's a good person. The resolution is interesting. Mabel is told ultimately that unicorns are not actually moral authorities, that their judgments are arbitrary and their standards impossible. The unicorn wasn't right about Mabel, but Mabel's willingness to take the criticism seriously, to actually examine her own behavior, to try to be better, that's what real moral character looks like. The self-examination is the point, not the verdict. Meanwhile, the Ford subplot involves him building defenses against Bill's literal and metaphorical barriers. This subplot becomes crucial when the Weirdmageddon arc begins. The preparations Ford makes in this episode are the preparations that matter in the finale. Episode 2X16, Roadside Attraction. Stan takes the group on a road trip to sabotage other tourist attractions in the area. The comedy is excellent. The thematic content involves Stan's particular approach to relationships, specifically his habit of superficially charming women without allowing any genuine connection. The episode reveals something Stan doesn't know about himself. He is afraid of real intimacy, not because he doesn't want it, but because he doesn't believe he deserves it. The con man persona is not just professional armor, it's personal armor. Every interaction Stan has is, on some level, a performance, because genuine connection would require letting someone see him truly, and what he believes they would see is not someone worth loving. Dipper calls him on this. Not with those exact words, they're 12 and 70 respectively, but the substance is there. And Stan typically deflects, but something registers. Episode 2X17, Dipper and Mabel versus the Future, covered in depth earlier. The episode that precipitates Weirdmageddon. Alex Hirsch drew on genuine folklore, mythology, and supernatural traditions when building the world of Gravity Falls. Understanding these sources deepens the show's mythology in interesting ways. Pacific Northwest folklore. The choice of the Pacific Northwest as a setting is not arbitrary. The region has one of the richest traditions of supernatural folklore in North America. Bigfoot or Sasquatch is perhaps the most famous example, and Gravity Falls acknowledges this with its own giant creature mythology. But the Pacific Northwest tradition includes a much wider range of supernatural beings and phenomena. The dense forests of the region have historically been associated with beings that exist at the border of the human and non-human worlds. Creatures that are neither fully animal nor fully supernatural, that occupy a liminal space between categories. This quality, the liminal, the neither nor, is central to Gravity Falls' supernatural bestiary. Almost none of the show's creatures fit cleanly into any single category. The gnomes are silly and dangerous. The shapeshifter is terrifying and pitiable. Even Bill Cipher, the most straightforwardly evil entity in the show, has moments of genuine engagement that complicate simple categorization. Dream demon mythology. Bill. Cipher's nature as a dream demon connects to a tradition of entities that exist in the space between waking and sleeping that gain access to the human world through unconscious states. This tradition appears across cultures, from the incubus and succubus of European folklore to the mare of Scandinavian tradition, to various forms of sleep paralysis demons documented worldwide. What these traditions share is the idea that the sleeping mind is vulnerable in ways that the waking mind is not, that the relaxation of conscious control creates an opening, that beings which cannot gain entry to a defended mind can slip in through the door that sleep leaves open. Ford's first contact with Bill through dreams is entirely consistent with this tradition. Bill didn't appear to Ford in waking life, not initially. He found the opening that Ford's sleep created, and once he was in, he didn't need sleep anymore. He was already there. The triangle as symbol Bill's triangular form is not arbitrary. The triangle is one of the most symbolically loaded shapes in human cultural history, appearing in contexts ranging from the divine to the diabolical. In esoteric traditions, the triangle pointing upward represents fire, masculine energy, and aspiration reaching upward. The triangle pointing downward represents water, feminine energy, and reception. Bill's triangle, with its single eye at the center, borrows from the tradition of the all-seeing eye, a symbol of divine or cosmic observation that appears in many traditions and that has been associated in more paranoid interpretations with hidden power and secret knowledge. The all-seeing eye's association with secret knowledge is directly relevant to Bill. He sees everything. He knows everything. His power is in part informational. He has access to knowledge that his opponents don't. And the triangular form, combined with the eye, creates an image of a being that is simultaneously watching and incomprehensible, observable, but not fully understandable, present but not human. The portal and dimensional theory for its portal draws on a tradition in both scientific speculation and science fiction of devices that can bridge between universes or dimensions. The theoretical physics underlying such devices involving concepts like wormholes, dimensional membranes, and the geometry of space-time is real physics, however speculative. And Gravity Falls takes this physics seriously, using it as a genuine framework rather than pure hand-waving. The idea that the barrier between dimensions is not uniform, that some locations are naturally thinner than others, more susceptible to breach, is also consistent with both scientific speculation and folklore tradition. Locations that are described across cultures as thin places or places of power, where the ordinary rules seem to bend, where strange things happen with unusual frequency, appear in traditions from Celtic mythology to indigenous American spirituality to contemporary paranormal investigation. Gravity Falls is, in this tradition, a thin place. The question of why it became thin, and whether it was always this way or became this way through human intervention, is one the show leaves productively open. Gravity Falls generated one of the most active and sophisticated fan theory communities of any animated series. The combination of genuine cryptographic puzzles, rich world building, and deliberate narrative gaps created an environment where fan analysis and speculation could produce genuine insight and occasionally anticipate the show's actual revelations. The Stan Theory. Before A Tale of Two Stans resolved the mystery, the fan community had developed an extensive body of theory around Stan's true nature. The most accurate theories had identified, from scattered clues, that Stan was not who he claimed to be, that the Stanford Pines who ran the Mystery Shack was an identity being performed, rather than genuinely inhabited. Evidence cited by theorists included the discrepancy between Stan's apparent personality and the academic credentials associated with the name Stanford Pines, the basement portal, visible in glimpses before the season 1 finale, specific moments in Stan's behavior that seemed inconsistent with a man who had always lived in Gravity Falls, and the cryptographic messages in the credits that directly named Stan as not what he seemed. The community had essentially solved the mystery before the show revealed it, which is exactly what Alex Hirsch intended. The audience that did the work got the satisfaction of being right. The audience that didn't got the satisfaction of a genuine surprise. The Bill Cipher everywhere theory. Fan analysis identified the triangular geometry of Bill's form in the show's visual language long before the show made this explicit. The community mapped out every triangle eye shape visible in backgrounds, set designs, and shot compositions across both seasons, creating a visual catalog of Bill's hidden presence. This analysis revealed that the frequency of these shapes increases as the series progresses. There are more of them in Season 2 than in Season 1, more in the Weirdmageddon arc than in the earlier Season 2 episodes. The show was visually tracking Bill's growing influence, hidden in the geometry. The McGucket theory. A segment of the fandom had identified McGucket's connection to Ford's research before Society of the Blind Eye made it explicit. The evidence was subtle moments where McGucket's apparent, nonsensical rambling actually contained technical language consistent with dimensional physics, specific reactions he had to mentions of certain topics, but the theory was well developed. The community had not fully anticipated the memory erasure aspect. The specific mechanism of McGucket's degradation was a genuine surprise even for careful analysts. But the basic connection between McGucket and the portal research had been established fan theory before the show confirmed it. The unresolved theories. Not everything the fan community identified was resolved by the show's ending. Several significant mysteries remain officially open, and the theories around them are worth discussing. The question of what McGucket saw when the portal first activated. McGucket describes it as something he couldn't live with, knowing, something that broke his mind, not through the memory erasure, but before it, through the sheer horror of the vision itself. The show never specifies what he saw. Fan theories range from an early manifestation of Bill Cipher to a vision of Weirdmageddon to something entirely different that the show's lore has never named. The question of what specifically was in Ford's deal with Bill. We know the general shape Ford gave Bill access to his mind. Bill gave Ford the scientific knowledge he needed, but the specific terms, the specific exchange, the specific moment when the deal was made, the show leaves this somewhat ambiguous. The fan community has developed theories ranging from a formal supernatural contract to a more gradual, incremental process of corruption. The question of what happened to Bill after the finale. The official position is that Bill was destroyed inside Stan's mind. Fan theories have challenged this, noting that Bill's nature as a 2D being existing primarily in the mindscape makes conventional destruction difficult to verify. The most persistent theory holds that some fragment of Bill persists somewhere in a specific statue that appears in the show's promotional material, in the dream realm, in some corner of the multiverse that the show never visited. This last theory received what might be considered semi-official support when a coded message associated with the show's promotional material around the finale was decoded to reveal axolotl. The axolotl is a creature that appears briefly in the show's mythology as a being of significant supernatural power. A later coded message associated with the hypothetical question of whether Bill could return was decoded to reveal a poem later confirmed as Hirsch-adjacent content, suggesting that Bill's story might not be entirely finished. Whether this represents genuine narrative intent or elaborate fan engagement theater is something the show's creators have never definitively clarified, which is, in its own way, very Gravity Falls. To fully understand Gravity Falls, you have to understand the person who made it. Alex Hirsch is not just the creator of Gravity Falls, he is, in many ways, the show's primary subject. Not literally, of course, but the themes that animate the series, the emotional truths it keeps returning to, the specific texture of its humor and its heartbreak, all of these trace back to Hirsch's own life, his own fears, his own relationship with his twin sister, his own experience of childhood ending. Hirsch was born in 1,985 inches, Piedmont, California, and grew up with his twin sister Ariel. Their childhood dynamic, the slightly anxious, intellectually obsessed brother, and the emotionally open, creatively enthusiastic sister, is the direct source of Dipper and Mabel. Hirsch has said in interviews that Gravity Falls is, in its emotional core, a love letter to his sister and to their shared childhood. The show is his way of saying, this was real, this mattered, and even though it's over, it was worth everything. Hirsch studied animation at CalArts, the California Institute of the Arts, the same school that produced a remarkable percentage of the last 30 years' most significant animation talent, from John Lasseter to Brad Bird to dozens of others. His early work after CalArts included stints on shows like The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack and Fishhooks, where he developed both his craft and his understanding of what he wanted to make. What he wanted to make, it turned out, was a mystery show for children that didn't condescend to its audience, that told a complete story with a real ending, and that was as genuinely scary as it was funny. The pitch to Disney was not straightforward. Disney Channel at the time was primarily a venue for live-action comedies aimed at the tween demographic. Animated mystery adventure was not their primary brand. Hirsch has described the process of convincing Disney to greenlight Gravity Falls as requiring significant persistence and a certain amount of strategic presentation, emphasizing the comedy and the family-friendly adventure. Elements, while not fully revealing upfront the depth of the mythology and the ambition of the long-form narrative. Once the show was greenlit, Hirsch assembled a writer's room that shared his commitment to treating the audience as intelligent and to building a genuinely coherent mythology. Writers on the show included Matt Chapman and other collaborators who were deeply invested in the long-game storytelling approach. Story arcs were planned years in advance. Details planted in Season 1 were specifically intended to pay off in Season 2. The Cipher messages were written with specific meanings that required genuine cryptographic work to decode. The result was a show that operated on multiple levels, simultaneously accessible and funny for young children, genuinely suspenseful and emotionally resonant for older kids and adults, and cryptographically engaging for the most dedicated segment of the audience who wanted to do the additional work. The decision to end one of the most important decisions Hirsch made, and one that distinguishes Gravity Falls from most long-running animated shows, was the decision to end it on his own terms. By the time Season 2 was wrapping up, Gravity Falls was one of Disney's most successful animated properties. The merchandise was selling. The audience was devoted and growing. The critical reception was extraordinary. Every conventional incentive pointed toward more seasons, more adventures, more summers in Gravity Falls. Hirsch said no. His reasoning was consistent and clear. The show was always about one summer. It was always about the end of childhood. It was always about the specific, irreplaceable experience of being exactly who Dipper and Mabel were, at exactly this moment in their lives. If the show continued past the summer, it would have to either pretend the summer never ended, which would betray everything the show was about, or tell a different story with different stakes that could never have the same meaning. He chose to end it, to let the summer end, to honor the show's own thesis about why endings matter. This decision is, in retrospect, the single most important thing about Gravity Falls as a cultural artifact. It's why the finale hits the way it does. It's why the show endures. It's why, years later, people still come back to it and find new things to love. A show that ended when it should have is a rare thing. Gravity Falls is one of the rare things. Hirsch's influences, understanding what Hirsch was responding to creatively, helps contextualize the choices he made. He has cited Twin Peaks as a primary influence, David. Lynch's groundbreaking television mystery about a small, strange town hiding enormous secrets. The debt is visible. Gravity Falls' Pacific Northwest setting, its commitment to genuine mystery with real stakes, its interest in the supernatural as a vehicle for exploring human psychology, and its willingness to go genuinely dark in a way that most of its genre peers wouldn't dare. He has also cited The X-Files, the long-running paranormal investigation series that defined a generation's relationship with conspiracy and the supernatural on television. The X-Files' central tension between skepticism and belief, between institutional authority and personal conviction, between the desire to know and the impossibility of certainty, all of this is present in Gravity Falls, translated into a context accessible to children without being simplified. From animation, the most visible influence is probably the work of Hayao Miyazaki and Studio Ghibli, specifically the Ghibli film's willingness to create child protagonists who face genuine danger and genuine loss, and to trust young audiences with emotional complexity that most Western children's media avoided. Gravity Falls shares with Ghibli a fundamental respect for children's emotional capacity. The other significant animation influence is Peanuts, Charles Schulz's long-running comic strip and animated specials, which Hirsch has cited for their honesty about childhood loneliness, childhood anxiety, and the gap between what children want and what the world provides. The emotional register of Gravity Falls, particularly in its treatment of Dipper's social anxiety and Mabel's romantic enthusiasm, owes something to Schulz's foundational willingness to take children's feelings seriously. The music of Gravity Falls is, like everything else about the show, doing more than it appears to be doing. Composer Brad Breek created the show's memorable main theme, the immediately recognizable opening that most fans can hum from memory. The theme is built on an interesting musical foundation. It's simultaneously playful and eerie, combining elements of quirky adventure music with an underlying current of genuine strangeness. The xylophone melody that most people associate with the show creates a sense of childlike wonder. The bass line and harmony beneath it add something darker, something that suggests the wonder is not entirely safe. This combination, wonder and threat, held together in a single musical statement, is the show's emotional signature. Every episode navigates the tension between these two things. The music announces this tension in its first 8 seconds. Beyond the theme, Breek's score throughout both seasons is remarkable for its restraint. The show doesn't overscore its emotional moments. When something is funny, the music supports without overselling. When something is genuinely scary, the score steps back and lets the silence and sound design do their work. The emotional climaxes of the show Stan's sacrifice, the reunion scene, the goodbyes, are often accompanied by music that is deliberately understated, trusting the visuals and the performances to carry the weight. The one exception to this restraint is the show's original songs, which are consistently excellent and often genuinely moving. Disco Girl from Dipper vs. Manliness is hilarious. Taking Over Midnight is a surprisingly good pop song that exists entirely to serve a comedy plot and somehow ends up genuinely catchy. And We'll Meet Again, the song playing over the finale's closing montage, is a deliberate choice that deserves its own discussion. We'll Meet Again and the final image. The decision to use Vera Lynn's We'll Meet Again over the finale's closing sequence is one of the most sophisticated choices in the show's history, and it's worth unpacking. We'll Meet Again is a World War II era song, a farewell song, written and recorded during a period when farewell might mean forever. It was written for soldiers going to war, for families being separated by circumstances beyond their control, for people who had every reason to fear they might not see each other again. Its emotional register is hope in the face of genuine uncertainty, not optimism hope. The distinction matters. Optimism says things will be fine. Hope says things might be fine, and I'm going to believe that even though I'm not certain. Using this song over the images of Gravity Falls' farewell, the twins leaving, the summer ending, the town getting smaller in the rearview mirror connects the show's personal, intimate story to a much larger tradition of farewell and loss, and the particular courage required to let go of things you love. It elevates the moment without sentimentalizing it. The song knows, as the show knows, that we'll meet again is not a guarantee. It's a hope. It's the best and most honest thing you can say to someone you love when you have to leave them. It is a perfect ending. Gravity Falls' visual design is as carefully constructed as every other element of the show. Art director Ian Worrell and the show's visual team created a distinctive aesthetic that serves the show's thematic content in ways worth examining. The color palette. The show's color palette is organized around warm, autumnal tones, ambers, oranges, deep greens, and the particular golden quality of late afternoon light in a forest. These colors signal summer, but a specific kind of summer. Not the bright, saturated summer of beach vacations and swimming pools, but the deeper, richer summer of forest and shadow, and the awareness that something is ending. This palette is deliberately nostalgic. It's designed to feel like a memory, not a crisp, recent memory, but the warmer, slightly hazy quality of a memory that has been kept for years. The visual experience of watching Gravity Falls is, in part, the experience of looking at something you already miss, even while you're watching it. When Weirdmageddon begins, the palette shifts violently, the warm colors replaced by the burning orange and black of Bill's aesthetic, the familiar replaced by the alien. The visual contrast makes Weirdmageddon feel like a violation not just of physics, but of the show's entire emotional register. It doesn't just look wrong. It feels wrong in a way that is viscerally uncomfortable. The Mystery Shack itself, is one of animation's great recurring settings, a building that feels genuinely inhabited, genuinely lived in, genuinely itself in a way that few animated backgrounds achieve. Every room has texture, has personality, has the specific accumulation of details that makes a place feel like it has history. The shack is deliberately asymmetrical, it doesn't quite work architecturally, which makes it feel more real than a building that follows conventional proportions. It leans in places it shouldn't. It has additions that don't quite match the original structure. It is, visually, a building that was built by someone who was figuring it out as they went, which is, of course, exactly what it is. Ford built the basic structure. Stan modified it, expanded it, used it in ways it was never intended to be used. The Mystery Shack is the Pines brothers' relationship made architectural, the original structure, overlaid with decades of use and reuse, beautiful in its own way, not quite right in various ways, thoroughly and entirely home. Character design philosophy. The character designs in Gravity Falls follow a philosophy of visual honesty. Each character looks like who they are, with the distortions and exaggerations of animation used to express character rather than just to signal genre. Dipper's floppy hair and the birthmark that gives him his name, a pine tree constellation on his forehead, mark him immediately as someone who carries visible signs of difference. Mabel's sweater's a different one in almost every episode, each one a visual expression of her particular brand of enthusiastic creativity, function as a kind of external mood ring, showing us who she is through what she chooses to wear. Stan's design is the most interesting. He is drawn as physically imposing, broad, heavy, substantial in a way that signals danger before he does anything threatening. But his face is also expressive in a specifically warm way. His eyes, beneath the frown, have a softness that the performance tries to hide and that the art direction refuses to fully conceal. The design knows who Stan really is, even when Stan is performing someone else. Ford's design mirrors Stan's. They are twins, after all, but with the differences that 30 years of separate lives have produced. Ford is slightly more angular, slightly less rounded, slightly harder. The differences are subtle, but they're there. Two men who started identical and became different through the choices they made. Gravity Falls ran one of the most sophisticated alternate reality games in animated television history, a series of real-world puzzle experiences that extended the show's mythology outside the screen and into the actual lives of its audience. What is an ARG? An alternate reality game is a form of interactive storytelling that blurs the line between fiction and reality. It uses the real-world websites, physical locations, social media, coded communications, as its playing field. Players engage with the game by treating fictional content as if it were real information, decoding messages, solving puzzles, and following leads that exist in the actual world. For Gravity Falls, the ARG extended the show's Cipher tradition outside the episodes themselves. Coded messages appeared in the show's promotional materials, in website metadata, in the show's official social media presence. These messages were not just promotional content, they contained actual narrative information about the show's mythology, accessible only to viewers who decoded them. The cryptograms in promotional material throughout both seasons, Gravity Falls' promotional artwork, poster designs, and digital assets contained hidden, coded content. Some of this content was relatively simple. The same Caesar and @bash ciphers used in the show itself applied to text hidden in image data or in the background elements of promotional images. Some of it was considerably more complex. Several pieces of promotional material contained what the fan community eventually identified as visionaire encoded messages with keywords derived from the show's dialogue, meaning that cracking the promotional codes required not just cryptographic skill, but genuine engagement with specific episode content. The decoded messages ranged from character observations to mythology hints to apparent communications from Bill Cipher himself, who maintained, through the ARG, the fiction that he was a real entity. aware of the audience and choosing to communicate with them. The Bill Cipher real-world appearances. The most elaborate element of the Gravity Falls ARG was the real-world placement of physical objects connected to Bill Cipher's imagery. Triangular eye symbols, Bill's face, essentially were reported appearing in various locations, apparently placed there by the show's creators or by participants in the ARG following clues. Reports of these symbols came from across the country and, eventually, internationally. The line between creator-placed objects and fan-placed tributes blurred quickly, which was itself part of the game's design. The ARG invited participation in a way that made distinguishing official content from fan content intentionally difficult. This blurring served the show's mythology. Bill's presence in the real world, his symbols appearing in unexpected places, his apparent awareness of the audience was both a game and a sincere extension of the show's argument about the permeability of reality. If Bill can appear in dreams, if Bill exists in the mindscape, which interpenetrates with physical reality, then Bill's symbols appearing in the real world is not categorically impossible within the show's logic. The game was playing at the edge of the fiction, the Cipher hunt after. The show's finale in 2016, Hirsch launched what he called the Cipher Hunt, an elaborate real-world treasure hunt that sent fans across the country and eventually to other countries in search of a physical object. A stone statue of Bill Cipher that Hirsch had secretly placed somewhere in the world. The hunt involved decoding messages hidden in the show, in interviews, in promotional materials, and in online content specifically created for the hunt. Each solved puzzle revealed a clue to the next location. The location spanned multiple states and multiple countries. Teams of fans coordinated in real time, sharing solutions and leads, creating a global, collaborative puzzle-solving effort that lasted weeks. The statue was ultimately found in Confusion Hill, California, a tourist attraction in the Pacific Northwest dedicated to optical illusions and the strangeness of perception. The location was entirely characteristic of Alex Hirsch's sensibility. The literal object at the end of the elaborate real-world mystery hunt is a tourist trap about things that aren't what they appear to be. The statue now sits there permanently. Bill Cipher, or rather, a stone representation of him, exists in the real world, at a tourist attraction in the Pacific Northwest, available for anyone who makes the trip. The ARG, in this sense, never quite ended. The game's most significant physical artifact is still there. Still watching. The Journal 3 publication, one of the most significant pieces of official Gravity Falls content outside the show itself, is the publication of a physical replica of Journal 3 Ford's research journal, the one Dipper finds in the pilot episode. The published Journal 3 is not a simple tie-in product. It's a full reproduction of what a physical version of the prop journal would contain, written in-universe as Ford's actual research notes, illustrated with the show's specific visual style, and containing in characteristic Gravity Falls fashion additional coded content not available anywhere else. The journal contains entries on creatures that appear in the show, theoretical physics notes connected to the portal research, personal observations from Ford's years in Gravity Falls, and marginalia from Dipper's additions to the journal during the events of the series. It reads as a genuine artifact from the show's universe rather than a merchandising product, because everyone involved in its creation treated it as exactly that. The additional coded content in the journal extends the show's ARG tradition. Readers who decode the hidden messages find information about Ford's time in Gravity Falls, hints about his relationship with Bill, and fragments of the mythology that the show itself never fully articulated. For dedicated fans, the journal is not supplementary material. It is primary source material. Gravity Falls premiered in 2012 and ended in 2016. In the years since, its cultural footprint has grown rather than faded, an unusual trajectory for animated content, which typically peaks in cultural relevance while airing and diminishes afterward. Why it endures, the most obvious answer is quality. The show is genuinely, consistently excellent in a way that rewards repeated viewing. But quality alone doesn't explain why Gravity Falls specifically has maintained such cultural presence, while other excellent shows have faded. The more specific answer involves the show's relationship with time and memory. Gravity Falls is a show about nostalgia, not false nostalgia, not the sanitized, comfortable version of the past that nostalgia usually traffics in, but honest nostalgia. The kind that acknowledges that the thing you miss was genuinely good, and that its ending was genuinely a loss, and that the loss doesn't cancel the goodness, and the goodness doesn't cancel the loss. This is an unusual emotional register in children's entertainment, which typically either pretends that things don't end or frames endings as simple victories to be celebrated. Gravity Falls says things end, and that's hard, and it was real, and it matters. And this message resonates with people at every age, children experiencing it in real time as they move through childhood, teenagers and adults recognizing it from memory, older viewers understanding it from the perspective of having already arrived at the other side of many endings. The show has also benefited from the specific trajectory of its original audience. The children who watched Gravity Falls when it first aired are now teenagers and young adults old enough to revisit it with the additional perspective that years bring, old enough to understand layers they missed at 10 or 11, old enough to feel the emotional force of the finale in a way that requires some life experience to fully access. Gravity Falls and animation's prestige moment Gravity Falls arrived during what might retrospectively be understood as animation's first significant prestige moment, the period in the early 2010s when animated content began to be taken seriously as a vehicle for sophisticated storytelling aimed at adults and older children. Simultaneously, shows like Adventure Time, Steven Universe, and Gravity Falls were all developing at roughly the same time approaches to animation that rejected the traditional episodic reset structure in favor of genuine serialized mythology. They were building worlds with real histories and real stakes. They were trusting their audiences with emotional complexity. They were making things that would reward engagement and analysis in the way that prestige live-action drama was doing. Gravity Falls was the most explicitly mystery-focused of these shows, the most cryptographically engaged, the most deliberately constructed as a puzzle to be solved, rather than a story to be passively consumed. Its influence on subsequent animated content is visible in the number of shows that have adopted similar approaches: hidden lore, coded messages, deliberate foreshadowing across multiple seasons, fan engagement through ARG elements. The particular combination of genuinely difficult cryptographic puzzles and emotionally sophisticated storytelling that Gravity Falls pioneered has become, in the decade since the show ended, something approaching a template for ambitious animated content. The fandom, the Gravity Falls fandom, is remarkable for its longevity, its sophistication, and its specific character. It is, by the standards of large media fandoms, unusually collaborative. The culture of the fandom, established during the show's run by the collective Cipher decoding effort, has maintained a problem-solving ethos that makes it more interested in understanding the show than in producing content around it. This is not to say there is no fan fiction, no fan art, no creative production in the fandom. There is an enormous amount of all of these. But the fandom's center of gravity has always been toward analysis and understanding rather than pure creative response. The show trained its audience to engage with it analytically, and that training persisted. The fandom also has an unusual relationship with Alex Hirsch himself, who has maintained a personal engagement with the fan community through social media that goes significantly beyond the typical creator relationship with an audience. He has participated in fan discussions, confirmed theories, deepened mythology in interviews and public appearances, and treated the audience's investment in the show with the same respect that the show itself treats its audience's intelligence. This relationship of mutual respect between a creator who made something worth caring about and an audience that cares about it deeply has helped maintain the fandom's health in the years since the show ended. For all its commitment to answering its own questions, Gravity Falls left several significant mysteries officially open. Some of these are clearly intentional. The show chose to leave them open because the mystery was more valuable than any answer could be. Others feel more like limitations of time, things the show would have addressed if it had had more room. What did McGucket see? We have discussed this at length, but it deserves to be named directly as one of the show's genuine open questions. Fiddleford McGucket saw something when the portal first activated that was so horrifying it broke his mind before the memory erasure even began. He describes it as something no human should have to carry. The fan community has developed theories. The most compelling, McGucket saw a vision of Weirdmageddon of what Bill Cipher's full arrival would do to the world. The portal, when first activated, briefly connected to the Nightmare Realm in a way that showed McGucket exactly what was on the other side and exactly what it would do to everything he knew. He saw the end of the world, and then he spent the rest of his life trying not to know that he had seen it. This theory is unconfirmed, but thematically coherent with everything the show establishes. And the fact that it's unconfirmed is not a failure of the show, it's the show making the correct creative choice to let some doors stay closed. The full terms of Ford's deal with Bill. We know that Ford made some kind of deal with Bill. We know that the deal involved Bill gaining access to Ford's mind in exchange for intellectual assistance. But the specific terms, what Ford agreed to, what rights he granted, what the consequences of breaking the deal were, are never fully specified. The fan community has theorized extensively about this. Some theories hold that Ford's deal gave Bill permanent access to Ford's dreams, explaining how Bill was able to continue influencing him even after Ford understood what he was dealing with. Others hold that the deal included a specific provision about the portal, that Ford's agreement to build it was itself a term of the deal, making the portal construction less the result of manipulation and more the fulfillment of a contract Ford didn't fully understand he was signing. The most disturbing theory, that Ford's deal is still technically in force, that nothing that happened in the finale fully voided it, that somewhere in the cosmological fine print of whatever supernatural law governs interdimensional contracts, Bill has a valid claim against Ford that was never properly discharged. Again, unconfirmed. Again, deliberately so. The other side of the portal, Ford spent 30 years traveling through other dimensions. We get brief glimpses of some of these dimensions, enough to understand that the multiverse of Gravity Falls is vast and strange and largely unmapped. But the specific dimension Ford traveled through most, the entities he encountered, the civilizations he found, and what happened to them in connection with Bill's influence. All of this is territory the show approached but never fully mapped. The published Journal 3 adds some detail here, but it raises as many questions as it answers. Ford's interdimensional travels are essentially an entire additional show's worth of mythology that exists only in fragments. The axolotl in the Weirdmageddon arc, a being called the axolotl, is briefly referenced in a rhyme that Bill recites, a rhyme that appears to describe the terms under which Bill could be redeemed or replaced. The axolotl is implied to be an entity of enormous cosmic significance, something at or beyond Bill's level of power, something that exists outside the normal framework of the show's supernatural hierarchy. The decoded ARG content associated with the axolotl suggests that this being is involved in some way with the question of whether Bill is truly destroyed or merely contained. The show never introduces the axolotl directly, never gives us any visual or narrative information about what it is or where it exists, or what its relationship to Gravity Falls actually is. It is simply there in the mythology, referenced once, unexplained entirely. This is either a deliberate choice to leave a door open for future stories, a door that has, as of this writing, never been walked through, or a piece of world building that the show included because it made the universe feel larger and more mysterious without any intent to ever explain it. Given Alex Hirsch's track record of deliberate, careful construction, the former seems more likely. The axolotl is waiting for what and when and in what form that remains to be seen. Beyond Journal 3, the official Gravity Falls universe has expanded through several publications that add detail and depth to the show's mythology. Gravity Falls Lost Legends. Lost Legends is a graphic novel containing 4 stories set in the Gravity Falls universe, written and overseen by Alex Hirsch. Each story focuses on different characters and takes place in the continuity of the show, filling in gaps, expanding on moments glimpsed in the series, and adding new layers to the mythology. The most significant story in the collection involves Ford and a creature called the Memory Thief, a being that consumes memories for sustenance. This story expands on the themes of memory and identity that run through the show, exploring what happens when the specific kind of knowledge Ford carries is threatened from an unexpected direction. Another story focuses on Grunkle Stan and involves a con that goes wrong in characteristic Stan fashion, except that this particular con has consequences that reveal something about Stan's past that the show itself never fully addressed. The story is written with the same careful balancing act as the show's treatment of Stan, making him funny and making him genuine simultaneously, never letting the performance fully obscure the person. Dipper's and Mabel's Guide to Mystery and Nonstop Fun, a companion guide written in-universe by Dipper and Mabel themselves, or rather, written from their perspective, in their voices, addressing the reader directly. The guide contains their own documentation of Gravity Falls' supernatural phenomena, their advice on mystery solving, their thoughts on various episodes' events from their personal perspectives. What makes this publication interesting, beyond its entertainment value, is what it reveals about how the twins process their experiences. Dipper's sections are analytical, careful documentation, reasoned conclusions, the intellectual framework of someone trying to understand what he's lived through. Mabel's sections are emotional, vivid, enthusiastic, full of feeling, capturing the experience rather than the analysis of it. Together, the two voices create a more complete picture of the summer than either alone could provide, which is, of course, the show's central point about the two of them made explicit and direct. They need each other. The analysis without the feeling is incomplete. The feeling without the analysis is incomplete. Together, they see clearly. One of the aspects of Gravity Falls that gets underappreciated in discussions of the show is how genuinely good it is at horror. Not horror in the adult sense the show was, and remained, appropriate for children, but horror in the deeper sense. The creation of genuine dread, genuine unease, genuine fear. The horror of Bill Cipher. Bill Cipher is one of the most effective villains in animated history, and a significant part of his effectiveness is that he is genuinely horrifying in ways that go beyond conventional animated villainy. Most animated villains want power, or revenge, or specific things that they will do, specific bad things to obtain. Their evil is instrumental, it's in service of a goal. This makes them comprehensible and, on some level, contained. You can negotiate with instrumental evil. You can understand it. You can predict it. Bill doesn't want anything that can be given or taken away. He wants chaos for its own sake. He wants the dissolution of meaning, the end of order, the state of pure entropy where nothing has to mean anything because nothing has to be anything. He wants the world to stop making sense. This is not something you can negotiate with. This is not something you can predict in the conventional sense. And this particular form of evil, the nihilistic, entropy-seeking, meaning-destroying form, is genuinely terrifying in a way that instrumental evil never quite is. Bill's cheerfulness makes this worse. He is not suffering, he is not tormented, he does not struggle against his own nature. He is entirely, genuinely, peacefully what he is. He enjoys this. The horror is not in his pain, but in his joy. Body horror and identity. The show is also remarkably willing to engage with body horror, the specific fear associated with violation of the physical self, with the dissolution of the boundary between self and other, with the loss of control over one's own body. Bill's possession of Dipper in sock opera is, if you examine it without the comedy coding that makes it watchable for children, genuinely disturbing. Something else is wearing Dipper's face. It is using Dipper's body as a puppet. It is doing things with that body that Dipper would never do, throwing it downstairs, treating it with contempt, demonstrating by its actions that the body's well-being is meaningless to it. The shapeshifter's horror in Into the Bunker is similar, the specific terror of something that can be you, can wear your face, can render your identity uncertain even to yourself. The show uses this body horror thematically rather than gratuitously. It's always connected to its central concerns about identity, about what makes a person themselves, about what it means to be in possession of your own self. But it doesn't soften the horror in order to make the thematic point palatable. It lets the horror be horror. The horror of real loss, Perhaps the show's most genuine horror, however, is not supernatural. It's the horror of real loss, the horror of things ending, of time passing, of the people you love changing in ways you can't control. The finale sequence in which Stan loses his memories is devastating, not because of special effects or supernatural menace, but because it is recognizable. Many people watching the show will know what it looks like when someone's memories go, will know, from experience, the particular horror of watching someone forget who they are and who you are to them. The show doesn't dramatize dementia or Alzheimer's specifically, but it accesses the emotional register of those experiences with an honesty that makes the scene genuinely painful. And it does this in a children's show, without apology, because children experience loss too, because children know that things end and people change and the people you love don't always stay the same. And pretending otherwise doesn't protect them from anything, it just leaves them without the vocabulary to understand what they're feeling when the loss comes. Before we move into our final synthesis, let's do something the show itself never fully does: lay out the complete chronological timeline of events in the Gravity Falls universe, from the earliest documented history through the events of the series and beyond. This is the full picture, assembled from every source: the episodes, the journals, the companion publications, the ARG content, and the careful reading of details the show embedded across both seasons. Ancient history before human settlement, the area that will become Gravity Falls. Oregon has unusual dimensional properties that predate any human presence in the region. The barrier between the physical dimension and the Nightmare Realm Bill Cipher's dimension, and the dimension from which the Nightmare Realm exerts its influence, is measurably thinner here than anywhere else in North America. Why this specific location? The show never fully explains this, and the incompleteness is deliberate. Some places are just wrong, as Dipper's opening narration tells us. Some places just are what they are. The Pacific Northwest coast, with its dense forests and its particular quality of light and its long history as a place where the ordinary rules seem to bend, this is one of those places. The supernatural creatures of Gravity Falls, the gnomes, the manitors, the multi-bear, the vast catalog of beings that Ford will eventually document, have been here for as long as there has been a here. They are not imports or anomalies. They are native to this place in the way that the trees and the rivers are native. They belong here, which is part of why the town that eventually grows here develops its particular cultural relationship with willful blindness. Coexisting with these beings requires either acknowledging them or learning to look away, and most humans find looking away easier. Indigenous history. The indigenous peoples of the Pacific Northwest, represented in the show through brief cultural references and the acknowledgement of pre-colonial history, understood the unusual properties of the area long before any European or American settler arrived. Their relationship with the supernatural elements of the region was not one of investigation or documentation, but of acknowledgement and navigation, learning to live within a landscape that included beings and phenomena outside. Ordinary human understanding. The show doesn't develop this history in depth, which is both an artistic limitation and a respectful restraint. Better to gesture at this history than to attempt a detailed representation that the show's creators were not positioned to produce authentically. But the gesture is there in the landscape's evident age and the sense that the Mystery Shack and the town of Gravity Falls are recent additions to something very old. The founding era mid-19th century Quentin Tremblay III falls out of a hot air balloon somewhere over the Pacific Northwest and decides to build a town. The location he chooses, apparently by whim, apparently by the particular quality of the light on this specific stretch of forest, is the location that will become Gravity Falls. Tremblay's founding of the town attracts, as we've discussed, the particular kind of person drawn to the edges of things, eccentrics, outsiders, people who don't fit the normal pattern. The Northwest family arrives and, through means the show implies were not entirely above board, establishes itself as the dominant family in the new settlement. The promise Archibald Corduroy makes to open the Northwest Mansion to the common people is made and immediately broken in this period. The haunting begins. The Northwest family begins the process of burying its founding myth under layers of respectability and manufactured history. Tremblay himself, preserved in peanut brittle and hidden away by the United States government, disappears from public history. The town continues without him, growing slowly into the small, slightly strange community it will remain for the next century and a half. The early 20th century Gravity Falls grows slowly. It never becomes large. The same properties that make it a location of supernatural significance also make it difficult to develop in conventional ways. Infrastructure projects fail unexpectedly. New businesses struggle with problems that seem inexplicable. The town develops a reputation among the people who pay attention to such things as a place where things don't quite work the way they should. The supernatural creatures of the surrounding forest become more settled, more organized, more present in the town's unofficial cultural life during this period. The gnomes develop their social structure. The various beings documented in Ford's journals establish their territories. The town and the supernatural community around it reach a kind of equilibrium, an unspoken arrangement in which humans ignore the supernatural and the supernatural largely ignores humans, with occasional exceptions that both sides learn to manage. The Society of the Blind Eye is founded during this period, or if not founded, significantly expanded and formalized. The specific founding moment is unclear, but the Society's existence as an organized institution with established protocols and membership suggests it developed over decades rather than emerging fully formed. The memory gun, whose invention the show associates with Ford, would seem to postdate the Society's founding, which raises the question of what erasure methods the Society used before the gun was available. The show doesn't answer this. The mid-20th century, the Pines brothers' childhood Stanley and Stanford Pines are born in Glass Shard Beach, New Jersey. Their childhood unfolds as described in A Tale of Two Stans: the friendship, the collaboration, the science fair victories, Ford's growing academic reputation, and finally the catastrophic accident with Ford's project that their father blames on Stan. Ford departs for university. Stan is expelled from the family home. The brothers' estrangement begins. Ford's academic career is extraordinary by any measure. His theoretical work on anomalous phenomena, the physics of dimensional intersection, the mathematics of barrier thinning, the theoretical framework for what will eventually become the portal, attracts attention from the highest levels of academic and governmental interest. He publishes. He is noticed. He is recruited in various ways by various institutional actors who understand, at least partially, what his work implies. Stan, meanwhile, grifts his way across America, city to city, scheme to scheme, alias to alias. He fails at everything except surviving. He maintains a mailbox at an address that is, apparently, connected to Ford's known location. He is tracking his brother, keeping tabs, staying close in the only way available to him. Ford comes to Gravity Falls. Ford's research into anomalous phenomena leads him, through a combination of theoretical work and field investigation, to Gravity Falls, Oregon. The specific process by which he identifies the location is partially documented in the journals, a combination of electromagnetic readings, folklore cross-referencing, and what Ford describes in his notes as a theoretical prediction that a location with these specific dimensional properties should exist somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. He arrives expecting to find interesting phenomena. He finds the most significant supernatural concentration on the North American continent. He builds the Mystery Shack as a base of operations and begins systematic documentation of everything around him. This period, Ford's early years in Gravity Falls, before Bill's involvement, before the Portal Project, is represented primarily in Journal 1. It is Ford at his best, enthusiastic, rigorous, genuinely scientific in the best sense of the word. The early journal entries have a quality of joy that the later ones lose as the stakes become clearer and the isolation becomes more total. Ford begins work on his theoretical framework for the portal during this period. The theoretical problems are significant. He can identify the dimensional geometry required for a breach, but cannot solve the specific equations needed to create a stable, controllable opening. He is stuck. And that is when Bill Cipher finds him. The Bill Cipher period. We have covered the Bill Cipher manipulation in depth. The timeline of this period spans several years. Bill's first contact through dreams, the gradual deepening of the intellectual partnership, the progressive construction of the portal, Ford's growing unease, and finally his understanding of what he has been doing. The specific moment when Ford understands the full scope of what Bill intended is not shown in the show. We know it happened before the portal was complete. Ford had time to hide the journals and reach out to Stan before everything collapsed. But the exact nature of the revelation, what specifically tipped Ford from suspicion to certainty, remains one of the show's genuine gaps. Ford's decision to separate the journals and hide them is made in crisis conditions. He knows that Bill needs the journals to operate the portal. He knows that splitting them and concealing them separately is the best he can do to prevent Bill from completing his plan without Ford's cooperation. He makes this decision and acts on it, and then calls Stan. Stan arrives, the argument happens, Ford falls through the portal. Stan's 30 years. From the moment Ford falls through the portal to the moment it reopens and Ford returns, 30 years pass. Stan's experience of this period is, as we've discussed, one of the show's great hidden stories. The con man who spent 3 decades doing the most genuine thing he ever did, completely alone, completely unacknowledged. Key moments in this period, reconstructed from available information. Stan immediately assumes Ford's identity. He has no choice without Ford's academic credentials and established identity. He has no basis for continuing the work. He becomes Stanford Pines, moves into the Mystery Shack, and begins the long process of learning what Ford knew well enough to make progress on the portal. This process takes years. Stan is not a theoretical physicist. He is not a trained scientist. He is a man of considerable practical intelligence and absolutely no academic background in the relevant fields. Teaching himself the physics required to operate a dimensional portal using only Ford's journals as a guide is not something that happens quickly or easily. There are years of failure, years of confusion, years of making no progress at all. The Mystery Shack's transformation from Ford's research base into a tourist trap is Stan's practical solution to the problem of funding. He needs money to keep the operation running. He needs a reason to be here, in this building, without attracting the kind of attention that would expose his identity. A tourist trap is perfect. It explains his presence, generates income, and provides a social cover that keeps casual investigators from looking too closely. The construction of the Mystery Shack's public persona, the fake exhibits, the performative conman, the deliberate cultivation of a reputation as a lovable fraud is one of Stan's greatest achievements. And it's an achievement that required 30 years of commitment. He had to be the character completely enough that no one would look for the person beneath it. Seuss enters Stan's life during this period. The specific timing is unclear, but Blendin's game establishes that Stan was present in young Seuss's life significantly before the events of the show. Their relationship develops over years, Stan providing employment and a kind of gruff, inexpressive mentorship. Seuss providing the human presence that prevents Stan's isolation from becoming total. The agents Powers and Trigger begin their investigation of the Mystery Shack area during this period, drawn by the same anomalous readings that drew Ford. Stan manages their investigation for years, performing enough confusion and apparent innocence to keep them from finding what's in the basement. And through all of it, every day, the portal research continues. Slowly, imperfectly, with failures that must have been devastating, and recoveries that required everything Stan had. Moving toward the moment when Ford comes back, the summer, the shows, Event Dipper, and Mabel Pines arrive in Gravity Falls for the summer. The events of the show unfold across approximately 3 months, a summer that begins with the discovery of Journal 3 and ends with Weirdmageddon and its aftermath. We've covered these events in full. What's worth noting here, in the context of the complete timeline, is the density of what happens in these 3 months. The events of 2 full seasons of television, every mystery solved, every creature encountered, every character's arc completed, all of it happens in a single summer. The concentration of significant events in this specific period is not coincidental. This is the summer the portal was completed. This is the summer Ford came back. This is the summer Bill Cipher's plan reached its final phase. The twins arrived exactly when they needed to arrive. Whether this was chance, cosmic inevitability, or Bill Cipher's long-range manipulation is another of the show's deliberately unresolved questions. After the summer, the show's finale gives us a brief glimpse of what comes after the twins returning. Home, Stan and Ford sailing away, Seuss taking over the Mystery Shack, but the larger question of what the world looks like after Weirdmageddon is mostly left open. The official answer: Weirdmageddon's effects were largely reversed when Bill was destroyed. The people who were turned to stone were restored. The physical damage to Gravity Falls was repaired, at least partially. The supernatural ecosystem of the town and surrounding forest returned to its previous equilibrium, strange but manageable, the way it has always been. The unofficial question: after Weirdmageddon, does the world know? Does the existence of supernatural phenomena demonstrated comprehensively and catastrophically to anyone who was in or near Gravity Falls during the event become public knowledge? Do the government agents who experienced Weirdmageddon directly alter their institutional approach? Does the world change in ways the show doesn't address because it was always fundamentally about this one summer and these specific people, and not about the larger world's response? The show's silence on this question is, again, a correct creative choice. The show was never about the world, it was about the family. One of the show's most elegant structural achievements is the way it mirrors its own themes across different scales and different character relationships. The same dynamics, the same conflicts, the same emotional journeys appear at multiple levels simultaneously, creating a sense of coherence that extends beyond any individual story. The twin structures: the most obvious parallel is between Dipper and Mabel and Stan and Ford. Both are sibling pairs, one analytical and intellectual, one emotional and socially capable. Both relationships are defined by deep mutual love and by the specific tension that comes from loving someone who approaches the world entirely differently from how you do. But the parallel is not simple. Stan and Ford's relationship is the cautionary version: what happens when the differences between two deeply connected people are allowed to harden into estrangement, when pride and misunderstanding are allowed to grow over years without resolution. Dipper and Mabel's relationship is the hopeful version, the same potential tensions navigated with more success, more communication, more consistent prioritization of the relationship over the individual ego. The show places these two pairs in the same story, in the same house, for the same summer, and the contrast is constant and deliberate. Every moment where Dipper and Mabel choose each other over their individual desires is a moment where the show is implicitly noting what Stan and Ford failed to do. Every moment where Stan and Ford struggle toward reconciliation is being watched by the twins, who understand intuitively what it cost and why it matters. The knowledge parallel Ford and Dipper share: the hunger for knowledge, the obsessive, consuming desire to understand, to decode, to find the hidden truth beneath the visible surface. Both of them have paid costs for this hunger. Ford paid the ultimate cost: his brother, his life, 30 years, nearly the world. Dipper navigates this hunger with more success, partly because of his youth and partly because of Mabel. The show puts Mabel in his life specifically as a counterweight, someone whose emotional intelligence and relational priorities pull him back from the precipice that consumed Ford. And the show is honest that Dipper nearly falls anyway. The offer of the apprenticeship is genuinely tempting. The choice to go home with Mabel is genuinely a choice, a real sacrifice of something real. The parallel between Ford's fatal choice, accepting Bill's help, prioritizing knowledge over connection, and Dipper's final choice, accepting the loss of the apprenticeship, prioritizing Mabel over knowledge, is the show's central moral argument. Made not through sermon but through structure, through the juxtaposition of the two characters and the two choices and their respective consequences. The isolation parallel both Stan and Ford are isolated. Their isolation takes different forms. Ford's is the isolation of the genius who finds no equals. Stan's is the isolation of the performer, who finds no audience for his actual self, but the result in both cases is a profound loneliness that neither fully acknowledges. The summer that Dipper and Mabel spend in Gravity Falls breaks both brothers' isolation in different ways. For Ford, Dipper offers the intellectual companionship he has spent his career seeking. For Stan, Mabel, who loves freely and completely and without condition, simply walks through his defenses and makes herself at home. The twins don't set out to heal their great uncles. They just show up and are themselves. And their being there, their consistent presence, their unconditional affection, Their refusal to keep the emotional distance that both brothers have always maintained with everyone is the specific thing both brothers needed and had never found. This is the show's most quietly radical claim, that love, freely and persistently offered, can reach people who have built their entire lives around refusing it. Not dramatically, not through cathartic confrontation, but through the simple, sustained warmth of showing up and staying. We've discussed the show's influences. Now let's talk about where it stands in the canon of great mystery storytelling, not just in animation, but in the broader landscape of the genre. The mystery genre's central tension mystery storytelling has an inherent tension that every great mystery navigates differently. The tension between the pleasure of the mystery and the inevitability of the answer. The best mysteries are ones where the journey of investigation is as satisfying as the revelation, where the answer, when it comes, feels both surprising and inevitable, where you couldn't have predicted it, but in retrospect, it was always there. Gravity Falls resolves this tension better than most mystery stories in any medium. The Stan revelation is the clearest example. It is genuinely surprising on first viewing, completely hidden by the show's careful misdirection, and yet in retrospect, it was obvious from the beginning. Every clue was there. Every piece of the puzzle was visible. The show trusted the audience to put it together while also trusting that most audiences wouldn't, and rewarded both the solvers and the surprised with an equal measure of satisfaction. Compared to Twin Peaks is the show most often cited as Gravity Falls' primary influence, and the comparison is apt but limited. Both shows are set in small Pacific Northwest towns with hidden supernatural dimensions. Both involve the investigation of a mystery by an outsider who becomes progressively more deeply embedded in the town's secrets. Both use the surface comedy and warmth of small-town life as a contrast to the darkness beneath. But Gravity Falls is fundamentally more optimistic than Twin Peaks. Lynch's show is ultimately about corruption, about the way darkness infiltrates and corrupts the apparently innocent, about the impossibility of maintaining purity in a fallen world. Gravity Falls is about resilience, about the way love and connection and basic human goodness can persist through damage and loss, about the possibility of repair. Twin Peaks ends in tragedy and ambiguity, its hero trapped in a dark reflection of the world he entered. Gravity Falls ends with the twins going home, the summer over, the world saved, the family imperfectly but genuinely repaired. The darkness was real. The warmth was also real. The warmth, in the end, was stronger. Compared to The X-Files central partnership, Mulder and Scully, the believer and the skeptic, has an obvious parallel in Dipper and Mabel. But the parallel is almost an inversion. In The X-Files, the skeptic is slowly converted by evidence, while the believer remains constant. In Gravity Falls, neither twin is primarily a skeptic. Both accept the supernatural fairly quickly, and the division is not between belief and skepticism, but between analysis and feeling. More fundamentally, The X-Files is a tragedy about the cost of truth, a show where seeking the truth consistently destroys the seekers, where the truth, when found, is never enough to justify the cost of finding it. Gravity Falls is not a tragedy about truth. It's a story about what truth is, for about how knowledge, properly understood and properly used, serves life rather than consuming it. Compared to great children's literature, in the tradition of children's literature rather than television, Gravity Falls stands closest to the work of authors like C.S. Lewis and Susan Cooper writers who took children's inner lives seriously, who allowed genuine danger and genuine loss into their stories, and who used fantasy and supernatural elements as vehicles for real emotional and philosophical content. Like Narnia, Gravity Falls is a story about children who are given access to a world beyond the normal one, and transformed by that access. Like The Dark is Rising, it's a story about the cost of dealing with genuinely ancient and powerful evil. Like A Wrinkle in Time, it's a story about the specific kind of courage required of children who are asked to do something no adult could do in their place. What distinguishes Gravity Falls from these predecessors is its specificity, its commitment to these particular characters in this particular place at this particular moment. It is not a universal hero's journey. It is the story of 12-year-old twins, one summer, one Oregon town. The universality comes from the specificity, not despite it. We've discussed the finale extensively throughout this script, but it deserves a final, unified look, a viewing of the whole from the end, where everything can be seen simultaneously. The Gravity Falls finale achieves something that very few finales of any kind achieve. It is both a satisfying resolution of every significant plot thread and a genuine emotional experience that exists independent of those plot threads. You could know nothing about the show's mythology and still be moved by the finale's core emotional content, because that content, brothers, finding their way back to each other, children growing up, love expressed through sacrifice, summer ending, is universal. But the reverse is also true. The emotional content is deepened immeasurably by the mythology. Stan's sacrifice hits hardest, not just because we understand what memory means, but because we understand what those 30 years were. Because we know what Stan did with his 30 years, and why he did it, and what it cost him, and what it meant. The emotion and the mythology are not separable. They are the same thing, approached from different directions. The three goodbyes. The finale contains three distinct goodbye sequences, each at a different emotional register, together creating the show's final statement. The first goodbye is between Dipper and Ford. Ford's offer of the apprenticeship is the show's acknowledgement of everything Dipper has become over the summer, capable, knowledgeable, extraordinary in ways that were not visible when he arrived. Ford sees this. The offer is genuine. And Dipper's refusal is not a rejection of what he has become, it's an acceptance of what he is more fundamentally. He is Mabel's twin. He is going home with Mabel. The rest of it, the knowledge, the research, the mysteries, it will be there. The summer, the specific, irreplaceable summer, will not. The second goodbye is between Stan and the twins. This is the scene everyone cries at, and for good reason. Stan has his memories back, but the experience of losing them and having them restored has stripped away some of the performance. Not all of it, never all of it, but enough. The scene is funny, which is correct. Stan is always funny. That's who he is. But it's also the most genuinely tender moment the show has ever allowed him. He lets them see that they matter to him, just for a moment, just enough. The third goodbye is the one that doesn't happen explicitly, the goodbye between Gravity Falls as a place, as a summer, as a version of the twins' lives and the twins themselves. The car drives away, the town gets smaller, the music plays, and the summer, which was always ending from the moment it began, ends. What the finale proves everything the show has been arguing for 40 episodes comes together in the finale's final minutes. Every theme finds its resolution, not a simple resolution, not a false ending where all the complicated things are made simple, but a genuine resolution where the complications are acknowledged and held and accepted. Knowledge matters, but not more than people. Families are broken by pride and repaired by love, and neither the breaking nor the repairing is simple or complete. Growing up is a loss and a gain simultaneously, and pretending it's only one thing is dishonest in either direction. The truth costs something, and it's worth the cost, and you should know what you're paying before you pay it. The most extraordinary acts of love are the ones that no one witnesses. Memory is fragile, but something beneath memory is not. And summer ends. Summer always ends. And it was worth everything. The show ended in 2016. In the years since, the question of what comes next for the Gravity Falls universe, for the characters, for the story has remained alive in the fandom and in occasional comments from Alex Hirsch. Hirsch has been clear that he considers the story told. Dipper and Mabel's summer is complete. Stan and Ford's reconciliation, while just beginning, is on its way. The mysteries of Gravity Falls have been sufficiently resolved. There is nothing he needs to add to make the story whole. At the same time, he has acknowledged the axolotl. He has played with the Cipher hunt in ways that suggest the universe is not entirely locked down. He has participated in fan engagement around the mythology in ways that keep possibilities open without committing to anything. The most honest answer to what comes next is probably nothing official, for now, and possibly forever. The show that ended when it should have stayed ended. The summer is over. But the specific door that leads to the question of whether Bill Cipher is truly gone, of what the axolotl is, of what the multiverse that Ford explored contains, that door is not locked. It's just closed. For now, whether it opens depends on whether Hirsch finds a story worth telling. And given what he built with the first story, the wait, if it comes, would be worth it. We've reached the end of our 8 hours. And rather than summarize what we've covered, which would be redundant given that this entire script has been the summary, let's close with the question that all of this has been building toward. Why did Gravity Falls change people? Not just affect people, change them, because that's what it did. The show's audience will tell you consistently that Gravity Falls is not just something they watched, it's something that happened to them, something that left a mark, something that shifted how they understood things. Why? Part of it is timing. The audience that watched Gravity Falls when it aired was largely at exactly the right age for the show's central subject matter to land with full force. Children who watched it at 10 or 11 were experiencing, in real time, the end of the childhood the show was eulogizing. They were in the middle of the summer. The show was telling them, gently, what was coming, and more importantly, that what was coming was not something to fear. Part of it is the show's refusal to lie. Children's media lies constantly about endings, about consequences, about the way loss works, about what growing up actually feels like. Gravity Falls doesn't lie. It tells you that summer ends, that people change, that the world is more dangerous and more complex than anyone tells you when you're young. And then it tells you that knowing this is better than not knowing it. That the truth, however difficult, is a gift. Part of it is Stan Pines, the con man, the grifter, the man who spent 30 years loving his brother silently and completely and without recognition. Stan is the show's ultimate argument that love is not about performance. Not about saying the right things or making the right gestures or being the right kind of person. Love is about showing up. About 30 years in a basement, working on a machine no one knows about, for someone who doesn't know you're doing it, because it's right. Most people watching Gravity Falls have someone like Stan in their lives, someone whose love was expressed in action rather than words, someone who showed up in ways they didn't always recognize or appreciate at the time. The show makes this kind of love visible. It names it. It says, this is what love looks like when it isn't performing, when no one is watching. Part of it is Mabel. Mabel Pines is the show's most radical creation, a character whose fundamental emotional intelligence and relational generosity are treated not as weakness or naivety, but as genuine power. A character who is not defined by what she solves or conquers, but by how she loves. A character whose most heroic act is not a physical victory, but an emotional one, choosing the real summer, with its ending and its difficulty and its irreversible passage of time, over the perfect frozen snow globe version. Mabel's choice is the hardest kind of heroism, the heroism of accepting loss rather than avoiding it, of choosing reality over comfort, of knowing that the beautiful thing is beautiful precisely because it ends. Her choice at the end of Weirdmageddon is a statement about how to live, made in the context of a cartoon about demon triangles and talking pine trees. And it lands. It lands completely and completely honestly, and it stays with you. Part of it is the ending. A show that ended when it should. A summer that ended when it should. The story complete, the summer over, the twins going home, the music playing, the town getting smaller in the window. The most honest goodbye. And part of it, the part that's hardest to articulate but most important to acknowledge, is that Gravity Falls loved its audience. Genuinely, visibly, demonstrably loved its audience. The ciphers, the ARG, the careful construction of a mystery that could be solved by viewers who did the work, all of this is an expression of love. It says, I made this for you. I made it hard enough to be worth your attention. I made it complicated enough to reward your intelligence. I made it emotionally true enough to justify your caring about it. The show loved its audience, and the audience knew it, and they loved it back. That's why Gravity Falls changed people. Because things that are made with that kind of care and that kind of honesty and that kind of genuine love for the people experiencing them don't just affect you. They become part of you. They join the small collection of things that, when you encounter them at exactly the right moment in your life, permanently alter your relationship with what stories can do and what they can mean. Gravity Falls is one of those things. It was always going to be one of those things. From the moment Dipper found that journal in the attic, from the moment the summer began, it was always going to be exactly this. The summer is over. It happened. It mattered. And no one and nothing can take that away. You just spent 8 hours with Gravity Falls. You went from Quentin Tremblay falling out of a hot air balloon to Stan sacrificing his memories to save the world. You went from Dipper finding a journal in an attic to Dipper choosing his sister over everything the journal represented. You went from Bill Cipher appearing in dreams to Bill Cipher being destroyed in the mind of a stubborn old man who refused to give up on his brother for 30 years. You know the Ciphers. You know the timeline. You know the theories. You know what McGucket saw, or at least the best guess at what McGucket saw. You know why Pacifica flinches at a bell and what that flinch cost her to finally ignore. You know what 30 years in a basement looks like from the inside. You know what it sounds like when a show says goodbye to its audience and means it. But more than all of that, you know why it matters. You know what Gravity Falls is really about, beneath the gnomes and the dream demons and the interdimensional portals. You know it's about family, about summer, about the specific, irreplaceable experience of being exactly who you are at exactly one moment in your life, before the moment passes, before the summer ends. And if you haven't watched Gravity Falls, or if you watched it once and it's been a few years, go back, not to check the details, though the details reward attention, not to decode the ciphers, though the ciphers are satisfying to solve. Go back because it's summer in Gravity Falls, it's always summer in Gravity Falls, and summer is always ending, and that's why it's beautiful. Thank you for watching, and remember, trust no one. Cryptogram, Weird Summer. If you enjoyed this video, you know what to do. Subscribe to Pine Hat, leave a comment about your favorite Gravity Falls moment, your favorite theory, the thing the show did that you're still thinking about years later. We want to know. We always want to know. And we'll see you in the next one.